Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call the September 27th meeting of the City of Courtenay Council to order. My name is Doug Hillian. I'm acting mayor in September and will be presiding over the meeting today as our mayor has sadly had a bereavement in his family this morning, and our hearts are all with him. We offer condolences to him and his family on this occasion. I'd like to respectfully acknowledge that the land we gather on is the unceded territory of the Comox First Nation, the traditional keepers of this land. I'd like to welcome all of those who are in the council chambers, Councillors Cole Hamilton, McCollum, and Frisch, and we have Councillor Jolliker and Councillor Morin online. We also have staff here and members of the public. Welcome, everyone. We have several announcements to start with, and I'll give the floor to Councillor Jolliker.
Thanks, Chair, and good evening, everyone. This Saturday, September 30th, the city joins other regional governments across the Comox Valley in recognition of the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation. We're encouraging staff and the wider community to wear orange on Saturday. In 2021, the Government of Canada declared September 30th the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. This was a declaration as a response to the Truth and Reconciliation calls to action, the 94 calls to action, asking for a statutory day to honor the survivors, their families, and communities, and ensure that the public commemoration of the history and legacy of residential school remains a vital component of the reconciliation process. The Orange Day is a grassroots movement started by members of the Indigenous communities to recognize and honor the children who survived residential school and remember those who did not. It relates to an experience of Phyllis Webstide, a Northern Secwepemc member here in British Columbia, on her first day of school, where she arrived dressed in a new orange shirt, which was subsequently taken from her. It is now a symbol of the stripping away of culture, freedom, self-esteem, and other negative impacts experienced by Indigenous children over generations. The City of Courtenay wants to recognize the trauma and injustices imposed on all Indigenous peoples across the country, including First Nations, Inuit, and Métis, the ongoing relationship of institutions and structural and systemic racism that continues to this day. The City of Courtenay will be raising the Every Child Matters flag this week to honor all of the children that were forcibly separated and stolen from their families, their culture, and communities. There were 7 residential schools right here on Vancouver Island. We know many of those children never returned home, and we must never forget the impacts of this tragic legacy. We all have a role to play in supporting reconciliation. Of course, there's a few things that you can do to support reconciliation. You can wear an orange shirt this Saturday on September 30th. Here in the Comox Valley, we have the Comox Valley Spirit Walk this Saturday at Sims Millennial Park, anytime between 11 and 5 p.m., hosted by the Comox Valley Mi'kmaq Métis Association and the Indigenous Women Sharing Society. You can visit the Comox First Nation website to learn more about their origin stories, history, and languages at comox.ca/cultures. And you can, of course, visit the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation website to learn more and have more of an opportunity to access some resources at nctr.ca. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Morin, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to make a statement about RCMP Officer Rick O'Brien. On behalf of the City of Courtenay, we send our deepest condolences to the family, friends, and colleagues of RCMP Constable Rick O'Brien, who lost his life in the line of duty this past weekend in Coquitlam while in the course of his duties. By all accounts, Constable O'Brien was an amazing officer and human being who was dedicated to serving others. His particular focus was working with youth, people experiencing homelessness or mental health crises, and First Nations people in the community. Constable O'Brien was a member of the Ridge Meadows RCMP detachment. He is survived by his wife and 6 children. We honor his legacy and commitment with gratitude for his service.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor McCollum, please.
October 7th is Wrongful Conviction Day, a global movement dedicated to advocating for innocent individuals who have been wrongly convicted, and an opportunity to advocate, educate, and create awareness around miscarriages of justice to minimize the effects of wrongful conviction in the future.
Thank you, Councillor. And my apologies if anyone heard that noise. I accidentally knocked my nameplate off the table here. We'll turn it over to Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Thanks, Acting Mayor. So I'd just like to announce that October 1st through October 31st is Circular Economy Month in British Columbia. This is organized by the Recycling Council of BC. It's an opportunity for local governments to show their recognition of the importance of preserving natural resources, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and supporting local economies.
Thank you, Councillor. We have no late items, so we're moving on to adoption of minutes, and we'll take a motion for the adoption of the September 13th regular council minutes, please. Moved by Frisch, seconded by Cole Hamilton. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Our first delegation tonight is a presentation by Walk With Me, and I'll invite Christopher Hostschild, the operations coordinator, and Sharon Karsten, the project coordinator, to come to the podium, please. And if you can press the button on your microphone's podium there, we'll get you organized.
Hello.
Thanks, Sharon. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to be here and to present our work today. My name is Sharon Carson. I'm a community engaged researcher and project director of Walk With Me, and I'm here with Christopher Hostschild.
Hello again, my gratitude. Thank you for having us today. My name is Christopher Hostschild. I'm somebody with lived experience of mental health and substance use, and I'm honored to exist as the operations coordinator with Walk With Me.
Thank you. I just want to take a moment to acknowledge that our teachings for our project have come from Elder and Knowledge Keeper Barb White from the Comox First Nation. It's really an honor to have received those teachings and to be here today on unceded Comox traditional territory. Yeah, so in terms of the Walking Together report, I think what we'll do is just give a little overview of Walk With Me, a little overview of how this report came to be, and then we're just going to walk through the recommendations one by one, and really just take a moment to reflect on the learning that happened through this experience. So in 2019, Walk With Me began. This is a project of the Comox Valley Art Gallery. At the time, we had witnessed the massive impact that the toxic drug poisoning crisis was having on members of our community at the gallery. We had been to too many celebrations of life, and we wanted to know what an art gallery could do to make change. And through that question, we took the question to AVI Health and Community Services, a longtime partner, and frontline outreach provider. And we took that question to Island Health, to Dr. Charmaine Enns, the medical health officer. We also took it to the Drug Strategy Committee at the City of Courtenay way back in the day, before it was the substance use strategy. And through all of these conversations, the work of Walk With Me began. The work of Walk With Me is based on community engagement and on peer leadership. And so it looks very much like a community gathering. Our research, we sit in circle with peers, people with lived and living experience of this crisis. We often share food, share art, and have research ethics approval now from 4 institutions: VIU, Thompson Rivers University, North Island College, and Island Health. And so we're conducting research as well through comprehensive ethics and consent forms and processes where we are recording stories. And the stories are powerful, and the stories are what create the research and what we look to drive change.
Thank you. While this work began in the Comox Valley in 2019, we were honored to, in 2021, expand our project into Campbell River, where, again, we were quite honored to receive teachings from cultural leaders as well as invitation, and to be able to sit with people with lived and living experience and continue this project in a research community engaged research capacity. Our project has grown quite a bit in 2021. We were invited by Island Health to do our work in their institution in a research capacity as well. And again, with North Island College. And since 2021, our work with Island Health and as a community engaged research initiative has brought us up and down the island doing research into the toxic drug poisoning crisis and exploring the dimensions of community wellness in a very powerful way. And so we're quite honored to be sharing today with you some results of that research in the Comox Valley.
So the substance use strategy or the community health network has been involved with Walk With Me since its beginning, and it helped actually set the foundations for our work as part of our leadership team. And so in 2022, we had both of our groups released a report around substance use in the Comox Valley and gaps. And from a broad level, Walk With Me's research accounted for some major gaps in substance use care in the Valley, but in broad strokes. And so together we wanted to better understand what do these gaps look like on a more detailed level. And so hence our work together began. And so it's been an honor to work with the substance use strategy throughout these 2 years now in an intensive way on this project.
We were, again, quite honored in the spring of 2022 to sit in focus group sessions with 50 peers, which is a considerable amount, who afforded us the gift of their lived experience, these powerful insights that drove in a big way the qualitative data that you will find in this report. And as well, I'm wanting to mention that we were able to engage with a further 50 peers through a survey, so totaling 100 peers. And we were honored as well to engage with over 20 service providers in the Comox Valley that informed this report.
I think it's worth noting that of the 50 peers that participated in this project, 10% are no longer with us. I think it's just worth taking a moment to honor those that we've lost collectively to this crisis. Thank you. Thank you. Can we look at the recommendations at this point? Oh, yeah, okay. Thank you. Do you want to start off?
Sure, happily. Yeah. So the first of our recommendations is around creating and implementing medical detox services in the Comox Valley. And recognizing that isn't to say that there is non-medical detox services at the Comox Valley Hospital, but recognizing that we have heard from many peers barriers to accessing detox services in the Comox Valley. And we heard reports from many peers that they were primarily accessing detox services at Clearview down in Nanaimo.
So just recognizing that there are some issues with bringing people out of their community to access medical detox, including, travel, logistics, bringing people back and not necessarily having a seamless flow into the next stage of treatment, et cetera. So this is one of our core recommendations, is to create and implement a medical detox service here in the Comox Valley. We also recognize that many peers reported that their stabilization of their substance use was not supported through housing. So peers that wanted to pursue an abstinence-based model, peers that wanted to pursue a safer supply model on both levels, that the supportive housing services weren't available after to support the work that they had done to stabilize their use. We heard about managed alcohol service and the need to stabilize use through a stronger managed alcohol service in the Comox Valley.
Yeah, as well, we heard from a great deal of peers as well as service providers and notes around safer supply services and just really wanting to take a moment to recognize and honor some of the beautiful stories of wellness that are coming out of the safer supply being offered by AVI and wanting to really raise the question of how we're able to support life-saving stabilization being offered there.
Yeah, there's safer supply is fairly new. But it's coming into multiple communities now. And so the research is just starting to understand the power of this work to help people to stabilize. It's been an honor to sit in circle with people who are expressing powerful stabilization and humanization stories through safer supply. Thank you. Relocate and expand overdose prevention site and services. So there was, and I know that there is work being done on overdose prevention site here, and especially around inhalation, and that there's work being done. But we just support that work because many people recognize that inhalation services were not part of the OPS services that were offered, and that the actual location was not ideal in that there's a clinical feeling to the current OPS, and that it's kind of off the beaten track and not as available, not as surrounded in community as it could be. Also, improvements in opioid agonist therapy, and just recognizing that when people fall off of OAT due to failures in the system to provide it in a regular way, that there are dire consequences. And so many peers were asking for improvements to be made so that there's regularity in OAT delivery, and that there's a kind of wraparound services that happen with OAT.
Recommendation number 7 is around pursuing a series of network improvement, really wanting to draw attention to some of the reports we heard from service provider, just recognizing the silos that exist and silos in communication in delivery of multiple institutions and services in their service delivery to the same peer, that there are barriers that exist to sharing that information, as well as recognizing some comments we heard from peers surrounding a willingness to just fill out a consent form to be able to offer consent for those service providers to be able to communicate with one another in order to be able to deliver services in a more streamlined way.
Just one of the, I guess, anecdotes or stories coming forward again and again is around peers seeking help from multiple service providers and having to share their story 5, 6, 10 times, and about the harm that's done when there is not a coordinated approach, and when peers are having to really dig deep, develop the trust again and again, and that trust is broken as peers are kind of falling through the cracks at each service delivery station. Creating a services hub. We're talking about a physical space hub, a health hub that it incorporates a conglomeration of services, and that just serves to hold peers in a good way. And there's many benefits from such a hub, being able to walk in and experience immediate wraparound care from multiple points, whether it's housing, whether it's career focus, whether it's social services, whether it's addiction services, and to have all of these services located in a central place, and to have the kind of energy and collaboration and innovation that happens in such a center available as well to drive forward our local care scene was seen as important. Yeah.
Sharon and Chris, I'll just let you know that we're coming to the end of our allotted time. I also want to let you know that there's no disagreement at this table with any of the recommendations. And we actually had the opportunity last week, a number of us, to present these same recommendations to both Island Health and the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions. So if you'd like to quickly summarize the last three recommendations, that would be great. Thanks.
Thank you. Pursuing service transportation improvements, recognizing the harm that's done when people cannot access services quickly or easily. In particular, we heard from people on Denman and Hornby Island. We heard from people in Cumberland. And then, of course, people traveling for medical detox and so forth to Clearview. Addressing the need for culturally safe services and working to eliminate stigma in the system. Both of these are system-wide recommendations that really need to dig deep and look at ways to change culture. And so, yeah, with that, I'll just express gratitude for the interest and for the collaboration with the substance use strategy. And you will hear more about how these recommendations are being actioned or implemented in that report this afternoon. So thank you.
Thanks very much. Any comments or questions from members of council? I don't see any, so we'll just thank you very much. I know that you both have, oh, hang on, we've got Councillor Jolliker who would like to comment. Go ahead, Councillor.
I was slow to the click. Thanks, Chair, Acting Mayor. Thank you, Sharon and Christopher, for your presentation. You know, this is not the first time I saw the report, but I will say reading it again this week, I pulled some new things. And really just want to lift my hands to you and the leadership team that kind of shepherd this project through to the finish line, and all the voices of the peers and the family members and the service workers, our community members who were a part of this project. I think stories matter, and a good portion of the report really brings in that qualitative nature that I really think speaks to the impacts of substance use and some of the gaps that people are experiencing. And what, you know, one of the key things here, I think, in the analysis was the issues around alcohol, which I thought, you know, was quite interesting, showing that, you know, Comox Valley has a very high rate of alcohol-related hospitalization in comparison to the rest of BC. And so that was one of the key things that I thought was really interesting in the report. And just in closing, and I'd love to hear some specific ideas that you might have in your final chapter around next steps. I really see you and want to acknowledge that you speak to us as politicians and this body as a council, as decision makers in the community, calling us to be change agents for this work. You know, you ask a question on page 53, who is responsible to make this change? And I think that you really identify some of the key individuals. And I think that question in itself is something that we're grappling with. And as Acting Mayor Hillian shared, we were able to speak to at least 6 of these recommendations last week to the minister herself and to the senior leadership at Island Health. And I want just to reiterate our support for this work and wanting to just again say thank you for the work and for bringing it to our attention and for sharing it to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. If I could just add that it feels like we travel between communities. And so we are privy, we're honored to receive stories and to work with peers and local government and different stakeholders in each of the communities we're working in. And it feels like there is a profound potential in the Comox Valley right now to drive the change that's needed, given the political climate and given the openness of the stakeholders in this region. I just see it happening here and the Comox Valley as being a leader in this area. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Frisch.
Thanks, Acting Mayor, and thanks, Christopher and Sharon. Really appreciate the depth and intensity of the work you guys are doing. You know, the walk with me obviously talks about is about people's stories and how they ended up where they are. And I wonder if you guys have any insight, and maybe it's too early to even ask this, but any insight into things that need to be done to help more people from slipping into these situations, and if that's on your mind as well.
I think if I could jump in and then maybe you could add, housing is huge. And when people are not afforded basic levels of the things we need to be well as human beings, warmth, a place to be dry, a place to have a meal, there is, just such a link between a kind of despair and a kind of fragmenting of care systems and those who are experiencing housing crisis. And so it's a different, and the coalition, we're working with the coalition separately on turtle pods, and there's other things, but that are going on in the housing domain. But really these things are linked. And so to innate, and also looking at the tiny home villages that are being sort of taken on by small communities throughout Vancouver Island and beyond. There are solutions here that can hold people in a good way. And so I just encourage that as one very concrete way to start looking at this puzzle.
Thank you as well for the opportunity to speak to that. If I may, just recognizing that, as we continually create the circumstances as a whole, that for circumstances people are needing to escape from, inhospitable housing causes, trauma compounding, people will continually seek to escape from these traumas. It's an unfortunate reality. And so frequently the ways of wellness that people are needed to be afforded to be well are hard to come by in a timely manner. And that window for wanting help or being in a place to access it can be very small. So improving the speed at which service delivery is able to address people's needs, recognizing, there's so many things I could speak to, but in the interest of time, recognizing that while abstinence might be the utopian dream, that's not always going to be the case for people. Some people might never make it there. And so what for those people, right? Recognizing that safe supply is saving lives, and that people don't get a chance to recover or find wellness if they're perishing from a tainted illicit supply. And so I think that there are many pieces of a tapestry that are puzzles that all need to come together to start to, there's no magic bullet, but working on each of these individual pieces of the puzzle will, I believe, create a better world for people who are struggling with substance use.
Well, thanks very much for those comments, and we really appreciate you being here tonight, and hope that you will trust that we will continue to walk with you. And we'll now move on in our agenda to the Comox Valley Substance Use Strategy Phase 2 report. And we have a presentation by Betty Tate and Carrie Hackett. And I believe Betty's here in the hall, and Carrie Hackett is perhaps online. Are we going to hear from staff first?
Thank you, through the acting mayor. Joy Chan is, I think, going to introduce the report prior to the presentation by the group on behalf of the project. And I believe Joy is
Thanks, Mr. Gilbert.
My apologies. My neck is a little wrecked. So,
Ms. Chan, over to you.
Thank you. Through the city manager to acting mayor and council. Purpose of the report today is for council to receive the Comox Valley Substance Use Strategy Phase 2 report. So for a little background, in 2021, council received the Phase 1 of the strategy and directed staff to do 3 major things: continue working in partnership with the Comox Valley Community Health Network to support subsequent phases of the development of the strategy, allocate annual operating funds towards the project. So in 2022, we allocated $30,000 towards this in a grant, a form of grant, and then $15,000 per year afterwards. We updated and entered into a memorandum of understanding between the city and the network to clarify what the Phase 2 deliverables would be. So staff did complete the aforementioned council requests and continue to support the health network in this much needed work. You'll find in attachment 4 of the report a summary of how the health network met the required deliverables as outlined in the MOU. The health network has submitted the attached draft report for Phase 2 for council's review. And I'd like to welcome Betty Tate from the Comox Valley Community Health Network and Carrie Hatchett, the coordinator for the Comox Valley Substance Use Strategy, to present the draft report.
If you could press your button there, please, Betty.
So I'm going to turn it over to Carrie online there. She's going to start with our presentation. Thank you very much for having us here.
And good afternoon, Honorable Acting Mayor, Council, City staff, and guests. My name is Carrie Hackett, and I coordinate the substance use strategy for the last little over a year. And I'm calling in from the unceded territory of the Lakwatuk peoples. And I do wish to thank the Comox First Nation for allowing us to do our work on their land. Next slide, please. Next, oh, there we go. And I already said that, so there we go. So the acknowledgements are that our collective voices make up the Substance Use Strategy Collaborative. We thank everyone who's given of their time, expertise, and passion into this project. And we acknowledge the voices of the Indigenous peoples helping to guide our way. We also acknowledge the input from those with lived and living experience, and we thank them for their knowledge and their sharing. And we also want to thank Walk With Me for being a valued partner in this phase 2 work. Next slide, please. So how we got started. Some of that was already mentioned, that the Drug Strategy Committee formed under the guidance and leadership of the City of Courtenay in 2002. In 2019, City of Courtenay asked the network to broaden the scope and membership of existing Drug Strategy Committee to develop a regional substance use strategy for the Comox Valley. And in November 2021, the phase 1 report was released. Today, we're reporting on the phase 2 final report. And I just want to acknowledge that the City of Courtenay provided $30,000 in funding for phase 1 and another $30,000 for phase 2. We thank them for that. Next. And so our approach has been ongoing in-depth examination of power imbalances to uncover systemic biases and create culturally safe spaces. Continued research, consultation, and attention to root causes that contribute to the substance use. Example, poverty, lack of housing, history of trauma, stigma, discrimination, classism, racism, gender and sexual diversity, discrimination, and colonization. And we had active involvement, including decision-making of peers, First Nation elders, and traditional knowledge keepers, and our ongoing active involvement of local governments and community organizations. Next slide. And so is this
sorry.
you?
No, I need to go back. Sorry.
Okay, but on to the definitions.
Okay.
So we just want to say that when we say substance, it refers to all mood altering substances such as, but not limited to, alcohol, tobacco, vaping, nicotine, cannabis, illicit drugs, prescription drugs, medicinal substances, inhalants, and solvents. And that's in our phase 2 report. And the Comox Valley Substance Use Network refers to the network of organizations and projects, initiatives working to support people who use substances in the Comox Valley. This definition includes organizations whose work is rooted in harm reduction, recovery, health, and mental health services, as well as the upstream areas that have impact on the substance use ecology, including housing, policing, education, and others. And that's found in the Walking Together report. And I think now I turn it over to Betty Tate.
Thanks, Carrie. So I'm just going to review the milestones that we've achieved in phase 2. Am I speaking too quickly? One thing was we did a lot of talking to some of the municipalities, all of the municipalities, and applied for some grants and managed to get $140,000 to finish phase 2 and phase 3. We're feeling quite good about that. We hired Carrie. The Walk With Me team in the community did the systems gap and strength analysis. Primarily that research, we walked along with them in that. And that they've contributed a great deal to the recommendations. So there's 21 recommendations in the report. Some of them are the ones you've already heard from Walk With Me, and then there's other ones that I'm going to go through related to the substance use strategy work. And some of them are actually ongoing from the phase 1 report. They're recommendations that are going to be ongoing probably long into the future. We have moved from a committee to ongoing collaborative, and the first meeting was in June 2023. We've completed the phase 2 draft report that's in front of you. And we also had a launch event in May 2023 for some members of the community and the substance use network community, and put these recommendations out in draft form then. So there's more detail in your staff report around how we've met the MOU, but that's a capsule of it. So I'm not going to go through these. These are the walking together recommendations. So they're 1 to 11, I believe, in the report. And then after that are our substance use strategy recommendations. And these recommendations built on some of the work in phase 1, some of the community engagement, more community engagement that we did, knowing what was going on in the community, members of our committee bringing things forward, and always looking towards doing our best around having peers involved, having people with lived experience involved, honoring those experiences, learning from those experiences, and also actively practicing cultural safety and humility, anti-racism, anti-queer phobia, anti-ableism, anti-classism, anti-ageism, and ensuring that cultural safety principles are embedded in the implementation of these actions. And those number 12 and 13 are really overarching recommendations, and they're somewhat in the Walk With Me recommendations also, that we really recognize. And if you read the report, it's clear in there that there are people that are more disadvantaged, and I think Sharon referred to it. Having a house is really important. Having a home is really important. Prevention, and we just have different experiences that people have, and therefore they're more marginalized and more disadvantaged. And those are people that we really need to pay attention to as we roll out the implementation of this strategy. So then the number 14 is about forming the collaborative, and that this collaborative, what we came to realize was a short-term committee or a committee for 2 years or 3 years, that this was going to be, you can tell from the recommendations, these are not easy fixes, and it's going to be long-term work that's going to have to be overseen by someone ongoing, and that isn't what the Community Health Network sort of agreed to do. It was about facilitating the strategy development. So we need to find an agency in our service provider community who's probably much better suited than the Community Health Network to carry on this work. But in this year, we formed the collaborative, which people that are on it, we've expanded the committee to have more people on it. And clearly, we've got the guidelines now. They're providing oversight and leadership to the implementation of phase 3 and the ongoing recommendations. So we're just beginning that work with them. And then I'm trying to read this. So then the next two are, we heard a lot about that we needed to pay attention to youth. And a lot of this was around awareness and prevention and some harm reduction, and that what we heard was that youth were getting the majority of their information from their peers, not the adults in their life, their parents or their school programs or et cetera. And so there's some recommendations in there around how to actually harness those peer relationships to do some of this awareness and work prevention, et cetera, so that they get good information and can make good decisions. And then same thing, we heard a lot about seniors and substance use with seniors, and that a lot of seniors actually are not visible in our communities who are having substance use issues because of the generation they are and the shame attached to it. And so there's a lot of work to be done around senior services and anti-stigma and sort of not being so undoing some of the shame-based feelings of those generations. And then I'm getting there. Then we also had a lot of talk about projects related to businesses and how to incorporate businesses as being part of the solution. I mean, I think Walk With Me talked about seeing this as a health issue, not a criminal issue, and that we also need to be paying attention to what businesses, the general public, et cetera, are saying, and that this is really something that needs to be solved by everyone, not just service providers in the health sector or people who are working with people with using substances. So that's, and there's a couple of examples of what other communities are doing with business owners and anti-stigma and feeling that they've got some control and investment in solving this problem or issue or whatever. And then the next one, number 18, is talking about reviewing existing municipal bylaws, policies related to alcohol, cannabis, selling establishments, where they are, where they could be, what that means to community health. I mean, obviously regulation of these places are provincial jurisdiction, but they also, the municipalities have some control over where they go and what is going on. So there's also some examples in the report about other communities doing that. And then actively advocate to federal and provincial governments for easily accessible, safer supply of drugs. Right now, we've got in BC, we've got some work being done, but there's still a lot more provincial and federal policy that could be done around this. And that's a piece of the work. We've got in here the peer assisted care team, and I can say that we've already got one in the Comox Valley, but these were written before that. So that's very good news. And we're looking forward to that. We did hear a lot about people in mental health and substance use crisis need a peer and a mental health specialist, it's not really appropriate for a police response. So we're hoping that the PACT team is going to be working with that. And then the housing, and this would be work with the coalition, but I'm not telling anyone anything they don't know. We certainly need more non-market affordable housing for all ages and circumstances. And that includes the recovery-based supportive housing that's in the Walk With Me recommendation. So I have got to the end. So this is just an example of where we're going now with the collaborative. This report will be hopefully finalized by you. And then the collaborative, or probably Carrie and I, will be taking it to all the other municipalities and the school district. And what we're doing in the collaborative, this is just an example diagram. This is not what we've decided to do. And I'd refer you to page 40 to 48 in your report, which is the appendix actually, and it's really the roadmap for the collaborative in implementing these recommendations. It also acknowledges in the report, and I think in the staff report, that as the strategy, as this phase 2 report was being developed, the community is moving on. So some things, and Sharon referred to that too, some things are already in the works. So the collaborative is looking at those where they fit. And then we're looking at creating tables. Probably these bubbles are examples of how we're not going to have 21 tables. We're going to have to, and there's a lot of overlap, combine them, have tables, and start working through that appendix and look at how we can create this as a system of care in the Valley, and how we can keep them all together and connected through the collaborative. It looks messy there, and it is kind of messy work, but it's the only way we're going to make the changes that we're going to, it's going to create the difference for people, is what we believe. Just want to say a big thank you to our funders. I mentioned the amount of money, but Spark BC, which is actually a provincial government grant, Walk With Me, Comox Valley Regional District, Village of Cumberland, City of Courtenay, the Community Foundation, and the Community Health Network all participated in funding phase 2 and phase 3 of the report. And just thank you. So the ask that we've got is the $15,000 in funding that Joy mentioned earlier, that I think was voted, or I think dependent on your budget. That is already in there and just needs to be approved. And then what we want is ongoing participation and support in the recommendations of these implementations, and to participate in the collaborative and any relevant action tables, which actually the City of Courtenay has been doing all along on our committee, and we're very appreciative of that.
Thanks very much, Betty and Carrie. Any brief comments or questions from members of council?
Sorry, Acting Mayor, I can't find my hands up.
Go ahead, Councillor Morin.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to, I didn't comment on the first presentation, but basically just to sum up, obviously a huge thank you and gratitude for both of these projects and working together. You know, I see that the recommendations, we've already got one checked off, which I think is a great starting point for delivering the report. Being at UBCM, we heard from every community that every community is struggling with these issues, but certainly we're the only community, to my knowledge, that has the type of collaboration and skilled work going on around creating an actual strategy with clear recommendations, and as you said, an action plan. And you know, we hear a lot of negativity. I want to just hold my hands up to the work that you're doing. It's the only way this complex issue is going to get any better, is through the collaboration and the creative work of everyone involved. So I just want to say thank you and say that you're truly role models, I believe, for the entire province. And maybe you'll be at UBCM next time presenting or something, because it's incredible work, and I know it's gonna result in some positive results. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. I don't see any other comments or questions. We do have a recommendation, and it's that the Comox Valley Substance Use Strategy Phase 2 report be received for information. Could someone move that, please? Moved by McCollum, seconded by Cole Hamilton. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. Thanks so much for being here tonight and for the ongoing work. I know that you have many people putting their hearts and souls into this, and we lift our hands to you. Thank you. All right, we'll move on. And our next agenda item is the Recreation, Culture and Community Services corporate services, the Parks Control Bylaw Modernization Project, Parks and Open Spaces Bylaw Guiding Document, and we'll turn that over to staff.
Thank you. Through the acting mayor, Kate O'Connell is going to do an initial introduction, and then our fabulous advisory consultants are here to give us some more information on this policy work. Thank you.
Thank you through your worship to council. Very happy to be presenting the final report today on the Parks Control Modernization Project. Joining with me today is Nav Sidhu, who is a consultant with Cascadia, who's come on board and has been working with me for the past 8 months and doing a lot of engagement with various groups and organizations throughout the city in order to inform this process. And with that, I'll send it over to Nav.
Thanks, Kate. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm excited to share with you the outcomes of the City of Courtenay's Parks Control Bylaw Modernization Project. This initiative, launched in February 2023, addresses the evolving needs of the city's community, recognizing the changing patterns of park usage and the emerging challenges posed by climate change and urbanization. The existing Parks Control Bylaw presents a series of challenges. Firstly, it lacks clarity and guidance for city staff regarding their authority and responsibilities. Secondly, there's uncertainty and ambiguity surrounding the permitted use of the city's parks by the public. And lastly, there are notable gaps in legal compliance, especially concerning sheltering in parks. The primary goal for us is to create a new Parks and Open Spaces bylaw that better serves the city, reflecting the modern needs and expectations of its residents and visitors. To achieve this, we've crafted a guiding document that outlines the principles and key elements of the new Parks and Open Spaces bylaw. And today our aim is to provide you with a comprehensive overview of this guiding document and seek your approval of that guiding document. So today we'll start with the process. The proposed regulations for the new bylaw were developed through a 3-stage process, which is listed on this slide here. First, we integrated best practices from comparable jurisdictions, aligning them with the city's priorities, which we had previewed with City Council at our previous meeting. Second, provisions then underwent an evaluation, particularly in regards to environmentally sensitive areas and sheltering in parks. And finally, regulations were then tailored to meet the Courtenay's unique needs, informed by contributor feedback and staff impact assessments. I'll walk you through each of these steps in detail through the next few slides. So in step 1, we looked at key priorities and leveraging best practices. Through the drafting of the proposed structure and regulations of the bylaw, we placed an emphasis on aligning the regulations with those identified priorities that we overread with the city previously. Those are listed on this slide here. To ensure the future bylaw is effective and well-informed, we also conducted a best practices review. And during this process, we found valuable guidance in the examples set by Port Coquitlam and Victoria's bylaws. Furthermore, insights were drawn from approaches in Vancouver and Victoria in managing sheltering in parks. This was pivotal in shaping provisions regarding sheltering in parks in the city's parks network here. Basically, what we did in this portion was it allowed us to set a baseline so we could then look to refine to meet the city's needs. So in effect, finding the clay that we were going to mold as we moved forward. Step 2 is to assess the impacts. So as we develop the new regulations, we recognize the need for a comprehensive impact assessment. The focus was on understanding the intricate interplay between 2 really critical aspects, which were the rules governing the preservation of environmentally sensitive areas, a key priority for the city, and guidelines for sheltering in parks, also a priority for the city. Staff began by developing a thorough inventory of the parks and open spaces within the city. This involved documenting the existing characteristics, amenities, and natural features. The goal here was to establish a clear baseline for the areas affected by the new regulations. Next, we leveraged GIS technology. Staff mapped the designated restrictions, and this allowed us to identify areas where temporary sheltering would be prohibited or restricted based on what we were proposing. We then conducted a comprehensive evaluation of the impact of the regulations on each park and open space and evaluated the overall impact on the city, taking a holistic approach to ensure that there was fairness and balance when it came to this topic. This slide shows a bit of an overview of what the results of the impact assessment were. What it shows is by moving forward with the proposed regulations, the city would take a significant step to safeguarding parks with significantly environmentally sensitive areas. Protecting these areas is crucial for the preservation of the city's natural environment. Simultaneously, there are provisions for sheltering in 37 parks and open spaces to ensure accessibility for those in need. And then importantly, sheltering availability is evenly distributed across the city, with West Courtenay having 17 spaces available, 17 parks, and East Courtenay having 20. This slide here is an example of the GIS mapping that we had conducted. So this is Sims Park. And what you'll see here is basically a combination of the different regulations. So the blue area identified on this map is the environmentally sensitive area that's protected within this park. And the pinky red there is our location barriers or buffers within each park. So the guidelines will also list buffer zones from playgrounds. So it's 25 meters from playgrounds. There's buffer zones from private residential areas. And then there's other restrictions limiting sheltering on top of park infrastructure, some green infrastructure, some gray infrastructure. This is just another example that we wanted to provide just around Standard Park. Similar type of mix, just a bit smaller. You've got a strip of environmentally sensitive area. On the top of the park, you'll see buffer zones from private residential area, and then a big square around a playground that's within that park. Oh, sorry, volleyball court. Also important. So once we had gone through the process of understanding what the impacts were, that's one component to do this technical exercise. The next step here was to refine and tailor those regulations now that we knew what those impacts were. And so what this slide shows is the various groups that we engaged with post status impact assessment. We started with city staff, which was critical to do up front so that we understood what the operational ramifications of the changes would be. And if they met all the needs and requirements of the various city departments within Courtenay. Once we completed that work, we worked with the Coalition to End Homelessness to host a meeting with unhoused individuals at the library here. At that meeting, we showed similar maps to what we've shown you folks here today to provide an overview of what it would look like within these spaces, and then also provided the rationale behind the regulations that we were providing, primarily indicating that the main one that impacts sheltering in parks is protecting environmentally sensitive areas. And so it was a productive session. We heard a lot of great feedback from the individuals that were in that session. And primarily, there was agreement around the rationale for what the restrictions and regulations would be. And then also, I think gratitude for having spaces still available. I think there was a fear that we would go through this exercise and there would be no sheltering space available within the city. And so to be able to communicate that there, yes, in fact, would be multiple spaces still available for those in need to shelter in parks if they needed it. Out of that, we also gained some feedback and information that may not have fit within the scope of the bylaw project, but fit within other projects that either the city is running in parallel, will run in the future, or could use within operations in how they're managing park system. The next step was to engage with service providers. So we met with the Coalition to End Homelessness. We had engaged with them a previous time before this session. And it was a similar type of meeting. The feedback we received around the rationale was supported, and that it was understandable that we'd want to protect the green infrastructure within parks and environmentally sensitive areas in parks. We also heard feedback from that meeting around being good partners as we move forward in supporting people that are unhoused that are living in parks, and also working with the city to be able to implement the different regulations that we were putting in place. Post that meeting, we then engaged with the homelessness response team, and it's a similar theme. We went into that meeting and had a similar discussion, support again for the rationale behind what we were discussing. And then again, really good discussion around how do we work together moving forward in supporting the city, and then also supporting the people that are in need that are living in parks. And then our final component here is we have been engaging with the health authority primarily around substance use in parks, and refining the regulations that were in the bylaw according to the feedback that we received from the medical health officer. So in this next section of our presentation, I'm just going to walk you through the different highlights of the actual guiding document that we've pulled together now that we've kind of walked you through how we got to this place. Highlight 1 is a clear and adaptable structure. So it was really key for us to have whatever we were going to recommend and put forward be clear as far as it's easy to read and understand if I'm a member of the public. And the other component there in the priorities was future proofing, where the previous bylaw wasn't comprehensive and didn't allow the city to necessarily adapt to the different changes of its community's needs. We've worked through and looked at designing the regulations and some of the authority for staff throughout the bylaw to allow for that future flexibility, and then also be able to have a clear and understandable document for the public. The next highlight that we'd like to speak about is we've added clear intent statements for each section. Not typical for bylaws, but the thought process around here is to provide the public with further information around why those clauses are within this regulation. Typically, you'll have a set of pretty technical regulations within a bylaw. The intent statements give you a bit more color around the intention of the city and how you're intending to manage that portion or that topic within the bylaw that we've created. Highlight 3 is guidance for park usage. So the last time the existing bylaw was updated was in 1996. And so how parks are being used now, and it was an initiator of this project, is that parks are being used in a lot of different ways from 1996. And so we have structured regulations or provisions within the bylaw to accommodate for all different types of park use now that are better suited to how parks are being used. And that's anywhere from exclusive use, if you want to permit an area for just exclusive use, that could be sport fields or picnics or etc., to your general use, to sheltering in parks. The intended goal here is to be clear with the people that are using your parks on how they can use their parks, and to limit conflict between the different types of users that are there. In addition, we've also built in flexibility here where the Director of Recreation, Community and Culture Services has the authority to be able to shift and adjust different regulations within the bylaw to meet whatever is required for the city at that time. It's less rigid than what we previously had, but allows for your staff to be able to make a decision on what might be required in the best interest of the city. Highlight 4 is focused in on protecting the environment in culturally sensitive areas. There are 2 main areas within the bylaw that we would suggest that focus in on protecting the environment. So there are clear regulations throughout one of the sections where it limits or prohibits any sort of damage to green infrastructure within parks. And then there's a specific section within the bylaw that focuses in on environmentally sensitive areas as defined by the OCP. And so what I'll show you here is what this actually looks like in practice. So this is Condensory Park. It is as defined by the OCP, primarily all environmentally sensitive areas. So it would be restricted from the majority of the different types of activity that would happen in a park. Obviously, if there are walking trails and designed recreational areas within these parks, those are still, you can still use those, but it limits any sort of activity that would happen in one of these areas that would damage that area. Highlight 5 is, again, just adjusting to what modern day looks like in a park. It accounts for all the different types of transportation that happens within your park's network, and the different types of transportation modes that exist nowadays. Specifically, we've included provisions surrounding e-bikes and how they can be used, and then with vehicle use as well. And important to remember in this is many people use vehicles and transportation to enjoy parks. And so then also to be able to clearly articulate how they can use parks in a park with a vehicle facilitates that use better going forward. The next piece that we'd like to speak about is substance use in parks and open spaces. And so we have aligned regulations within the bylaw with relevant provincial and federal acts. So specifically in relation to alcohol, cannabis, and then drug and substance use. The regulations are tied specifically into the acts that govern those for the province and federally. When it comes to smoking in parks, smoking is prohibited in parks according to the new regulation that we're suggesting. That's supported by the medical health officer. It's not tied specifically to an act because the act that governs tobacco currently doesn't ban smoking within a park specifically, although it does on a school ground. So based on the advice that we received from the MHO, we are proposing a regulation that would ban smoking within parks as well. What this allows us to do, as we've tied these acts to these regulations to provincial and federal acts, is for the city to adapt right away to if there's any changes to those acts provincially, rather than having to come back to the table here, walk you through what the changes might be. They're able to adjust and move forward right away. The next highlight here, highlight 7, is that there are now legal provisions within the Parks and Open Spaces bylaw that allow for temporary sheltering. So as you'll remember, the previous bylaw actually banned sheltering within parks, whereas now we've aligned with the case law, which is shown on this slide here. The city will allow sheltering in parks and open spaces from 7 to 9 a.m. That's in alignment with the court ruling that's listed. And this is notable as this is when no housing alternatives actually exist. And then in more detail in the guiding document we've provided, it'll show the different types of other provisions and restrictions that are required for an individual to shelter in a park. So the big thing is that the city will now be in legal alignment with what the case law is. And then our final portion of this section is we've enhanced the operational authority for staff. The previous or the existing bylaw doesn't have any language within it providing authority to city staff. That will change according to our proposed regulations. We've also throughout the bylaw provided regulations that allow staff to adapt to changes of that are happening within your community, as I previously mentioned about the director of our CCS. The key thing here also to highlight is that the policy decision-making still stays with this table. Like staff will act on what council's direction is, obviously, and that's still there. The enhancement of operational authority is really around operations specifically. And we've also really defined in there the authority for staff to approach unsafe use in parks or unsafe uses of park as well. So our next steps, once we've worked through this presentation, upon council's direction, Ms. O'Connell would work with the legal team to draft up the actual legal document. What we've provided you with is a guiding document to help the legal team craft an actual bylaw that would come back to council for presentation and adoption. So 3 readings and adoption, hopefully. And then finally, after that would be implementation and communication planning. So there would need to be a pretty thorough process in developing the implementation plan that goes along with this bylaw, and then how we communicate these changes to the different users of parks. And our next slide just provides an overview of what that implementation plan will likely look like once we move forward. It would be overseen by an implementation committee. We'd start off by developing a comprehensive communication strategy. There are updates to permits that would potentially need to happen over the course of the implementation timeframe that's been designated. ESA public awareness is mostly around providing knowledge to individuals that are using your parks around why environmentally sensitive areas are protected. There are a few operational improvements that would need to be made as far as how the bylaw is being enforced cross-functionally. And then finally, a need to assess and report how you're doing. So the recommendation is to assess how the implementation of the bylaw is doing a 6-month period and then again at 12, because likely with these components, there's always changes that need to happen once you put them out there and live with them for a bit. And so to have stakes in the ground, to have to come back and have that discussion with council again to update you on how it's going is important. So that would be built into the implementation. And our final slide is our recommendation that council approve the Parks and Open Space bylaw guiding document and direct staff to work with external legal counsel to draft the new Parks and Public Spaces control bylaw, and that staff be directed to report back to council on any further amendments to BC's current decriminalization policy, or at such time further guidance for local governments is provided by the province. And with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Well, thanks very much. That's a lot that you had to go through, and I appreciate your clarity and your relative brevity. We'll start off with questions, and we have Councillor Frisch.
Thanks, Acting Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. I wonder if we could talk a little bit about the use of e-bikes in parks. I noticed that a lot of the greenways are included in our list of parks, and I wonder how that all ties together. What do we imagine for people who might want to cut through parks or use greenways with electric bikes or scooters or whatever?
And now I'll suggest maybe you leave your light on just so that you can carry on with the responses. Go ahead.
Sounds good. Through the acting mayor, I think some of those components will work out through the implementation committee and how we operationalize that. The key thing within the regulations or to think about is that e-bikes be used on the infrastructure, like on the infrastructure that's built for them to be used on, and that you're taking a safety lens into consideration. So if you've got a walking path or trail within a park, probably not the safest area for you to have.
Excuse me, Councillor McCollum, you might need to mute, or Councillor Morin rather. We're hearing a bit of interference. Thanks.
Right. So that can be further defined through the implementation committee and acted through like providing relevant signage on where and when you can use your e-bike.
Seat 15.
Yeah, certainly a point of interest, as of course, we don't want to see people ripping around like it's a highway or ripping up trails that weren't meant or designed for electric mountain bikes, for instance. But I think it's a delicate subject. And since we don't have a fully developed cycling network yet, I think a lot of these parks are going to continue to be used as cut throughs and pathways. So just pass that idea on to staff. Thanks.
Thank you. And Councillor McCollum.
Thanks, Acting Mayor. Yeah, I had a similar question around just the differentiation between e-bikes and bikes. To me, it seems like it's more important to communicate like safe travel on whatever mobility devices are being used. I mean, narrowing in on strictly e-bikes when regular bike users can also be problematic. I mean, we have also e-scooters. It seems to me that it may be a better approach to have areas where if there's points of conflict or it's sensitive to erosion that we just don't have, as opposed to trying to differentiate. It seems from what I've noticed over the last few years of e-bike adoption is that they're starting to be more treated just as another type of bike. So that did kind of pop out for me. And also just that there is so many other kinds of wheeled devices with electric motors now, as you look around town, that it might be more about like either slow zones or no wheeled. I don't know how you group them all together under one term, but that did pop out for me as well. And I also had a question just around the camping regulations and aligning with what the Supreme Court has provided, and that there is this other piece that this is only available if in the circumstance where there's not enough shelter beds, which unfortunately is a circumstance that we find ourselves in continuously. And of course, that's not unique to Courtenay, but something that we hear about from the community in various ways is a request for a managed campground. And this isn't something that we've been able to identify as a viable option. There's complexities with this. This is not something I'm necessarily advocating for, but were that to be something that was provided or facilitated with BC Housing, I know there are, or at least I've heard that there are at least one on the island. If we were to go that route as a community, would that then negate the temporary camping in parks, or how would those two things fit together under these guidelines?
Thanks, Councillor McCollum. We'll go to Ms. O'Connell for that.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. Excellent question. Thank you for it. The Parks Control Bylaw, in regards to the managed encampment scenario, it was beyond the scope of the bylaw itself. It's not something that I had received any kind of direction from council to consider. That the logistics of a setup of a managed encampment would be quite a significant project in and of itself, as far as what the potential cost impacts, how the operation would be run, so on and so forth. Had it been something that we would have found within existing bylaws based on the municipal comparison that was undertaken, it would have been something we could have looked at based on a practice that had been set as something more standard within the province, but we weren't able to find anything like that. Should council desire to support a managed encampment, a simple motion directing staff not to enforce the bylaw would be sufficient to permit a managed encampment.
Thanks, and we'll go to Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Thanks, Acting Mayor, and thanks for this substantial report. It's obviously a lot of great work has gone into it. I wanted to ask a question about the substance use piece, and it builds a bit upon that same, the existing decisions by the BC Supreme Court for people who have no private space in which to camp. The same logic extends to some degree in terms of consumption. And the guiding documents just says a person may not do any of the following activities in a park or open space. And it says then consume illicit drugs as defined by the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. Am I to understand that that's a suggestion that that be a blanket consumption ban in all parks and open spaces? Is that what's being referenced there? Okay, then clarification would be great. Thanks, Kate.
Thank you, Councillor Cole-Hamilton. Because there's currently an amendment that was advocated for by the province, as well as the members of the committee that brought forward the amendment request regarding decriminalization, the amendment and the provisions under the amendment would be something that we would be adhering to. So currently the province has just made an amendment to their amendment regarding decriminalization of some personal use illicit drugs to specific locations. So that would be a criminal matter based on that act. Nav mentioned in his presentation earlier that we do have a general provision within the bylaw itself that speaks to the creation of an unsafe circumstance. The intent of this provision within the bylaw is not to undo the decriminalization intent that the province has put forward with the committee's recommendations, but more to give us the ability to approach an individual in the event they are found to be using substances in an area similar to the intent of the province with their recent amendment. So the recent amendment was not all inclusive of other spaces, say, for example, in front of the recreation center. This provision of a general unsafe condition would allow us to approach, but it wouldn't be with the intent of any kind of regulatory enforcement through a ticket. It would be more of a discussion about connecting that individual with services or to make sure that they're engaging in the use in a safe way for all who may be accessing that facility.
Hold on, could you get your light on again?
So in the section where it says consume illicit drugs is defined by the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, you're saying that that would be guided by the decision, what, the week before last, by the amendment by the province, and also by the unsafe circumstances provision, which wouldn't entail criminal any kind of charging. It's more about seeking to assist and resolve the situation in the moment. Is that roughly it?
Through the acting mayor, yes, that's roughly it. We structured that provision around substance use specifically for us to adjust also to what the province had dictated last week or 2 weeks ago, and so that it allows the city to adjust to any sort of amendment that happens to those acts and is able to follow that direction. And then the provisions that Ms. O'Connell has mentioned are put in place primarily to just from a bylaw perspective, safety perspective, to manage any sort of any unsafe behavior, not just related to substance use, but any sort of unsafe behavior that could happen within a park.
Thanks. And Councillor Jolicoeur.
Thanks, Acting Mayor. And I just wanted to start my comments by, I mean, we've had some very timely presentations today from the substance use strategy and the Walk With Me project. And I think that a lot of what's being proposed in this bylaw guiding document is as a result of failing systems at multiple levels of government, that individuals have to shelter in parks and individuals who don't have a home have to use substances in public spaces. And I just want to name that as the elephant in the room, that this is a direct result of other systems failing a lot of our marginalized community members. There was a lot of feedback that I received in preparation for the meeting today from our unhoused community members. And I guess I'll just start. The staff report spoke to endorsement from individuals who were consulted, spoke to bridging gaps, and spoke to commitments to working together and a foundation for ongoing cooperation and potential partnerships. And so, I mean, one of the things that we've seen from the letter from the coalition today clearly stated that there's some concerns around the analysis that's been done from the human rights perspective. And I have to agree, one of the things I've seen in the staff report were a lot of broad qualifying statements with not a lot of actual analysis that's been provided of the case law. And also one of the things I was looking forward to hearing was some of the comparatives that are spoken to in terms of which communities, but not the actual details of what they're doing versus what we're doing. And so I'm wondering if staff can speak to whether or not that work is something that we can have in this process and consideration. I know that from a policy perspective, understanding what the law says and understanding what other communities are doing would be really helpful for me in my decision making.
Through the acting mayor, thank you for those comments. Our approach was definitely to align with the case law that we identified within the presentation and then also in our report. We did take a look at other municipalities and how they were aligning with the case law and then how they were managing their managing sheltering in parks, and that's how those regulations were crafted. Primarily, we aligned the regulations with the City of Victoria and City of Vancouver, who have large populations sheltering in parks and have had some experience over the course of the last 4 or 5 years around refining and adjusting those regulations as required. And so those were kind of the two key municipalities that we took a look at that we saw as best practices. Our engagement with the unhoused community, I think I walked through that in our presentation, was primarily, that was the feedback we had received, was just understanding of the rationale behind protecting environmentally sensitive areas and aligning with case law, but also finding a balance to be able to allow individuals to shelter in parks.
Yeah, just as a follow-up, acting mayor, I think one of the things.
If you could just hold on a moment, Councillor Ms. O'Connell would like to comment. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Jolicoeur, for the question as well. Regarding the lack of information or focus on the human rights component, the human rights component was really within the case law itself. So those were the key considerations of each of the judges within the 7 or 8 different case law examples I provided in the report. We didn't go into detail as to the judges' findings, but each one of the judges' findings included very long lists around protected charter rights, around the principles of the human right to be able to shelter in parks when there's not just when there's no other shelter space available, but no other accessible shelter space available. So rather than repeating the contents of the case law, which I agree with you may have been helpful in this instance, it definitely was something that was looked at and was really encompassed in that component, as opposed to having to be something that was standing alone, because that's how the courts came to their decisions regarding their rights to shelter in parks, even the times at which they're permitted to shelter.
Back to you, Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, that's really helpful. And I trust that the analysis has been done. I think and I appreciate you acknowledging that it could be helpful for us in our deliberations this evening. I think this is a sensitive topic for a lot of people, and being able to understand that there's quite a lot of case law that identifies that this goes back to people's individual charter rights. I guess just switching over to a second question that I have specifically, as it relates to next steps. There's the implementation committee, I think on one of the slides. Some of the feedback that was received was around when in the process people who were impacted by the proposed changes to the bylaw were consulted. And we just had the Walk With Me and the Substance Use Strategy, which really embodies the never about us without us. And the feedback was really wanting to be involved from the beginning. And so as we move through the next steps, whether this is passed tonight or not, it spoke to what that composition of what that committee, and from what I can see in the staff report, it looks like it's primarily staff. And there was a lot of consultation with unhoused folks and with service providers. And I'm wondering, especially from the operational component, which is really at the end of the day what we'll see being the most impactful on people on the ground. If there's an opportunity to have those voices at that table in the development of some of those components under the implementation committee.
Thank you, Councillor Jolicoeur. So in regard to the implementation committee, it was really more intended to deal with the actual processes we need to put in place in order to operationalize the bylaw. In regard to the effect of the bylaw on unhoused populations and really any other user group, there isn't actually a change in the way we're responding to sheltering in parks between what we've been doing for the past year and a half versus what's being proposed in the bylaw. So as Nav had mentioned, our bylaw in its current form is currently non-conforming with the legal requirements. It essentially says that you need to have written permission in order to shelter in parks. Therefore, it's not a valid bylaw restriction because it's not compliant with the case law. Really, there being no change through our current approach versus the proposed changes to the bylaw, which just entrenches that current approach into the bylaw itself, which provides clarity on how the city is approaching the circumstance. In the event that after the first 6 months or year of the bylaw implementation, or if we do hear feedback throughout the process, it is something that can come back to council. And then council can provide staff with direction should you seek any changes to the bylaw itself beyond our current practices.
I do have another question, Acting Mayor, but if there's other in the room.
No, go ahead, please.
Okay. Under in the guiding document, under Part 5, temporary sheltering, I'm just wondering, this is the guiding document that will be used to draft the legislation. And I'm wondering why we're pretty much just given this as the option that's being considered. And I'm wondering if there's any rationale why we weren't given multiple options. I know that other communities are doing other things. I know some of the feedback that we've received, such as including components in the bylaw that it would allow for city manager or a delegate of the city manager to amend as a result of things like extreme weather. And so allowing folks to not have to remove their shelter during extreme weather events. And so I'm just wondering if you could speak to that specific issue, and if you could speak more broadly around providing us more than just the option that we have in front of us tonight, especially around temporary shelter.
Thank you, Councillor Jolicoeur. The direction that was received from council regarding reviewing or updating the Parks Control Bylaw initiated through direction regarding smoking regulations. When we took a deeper look at the bylaw itself, we found it to be significantly deficient within a variety of different areas. In one of the previous presentations to council made by our consultant, we did speak to the criteria that we would be applying when looking at available or not available shelter spaces. So at no point in time have I received any other direction from council to consider a different approach to sheltering beyond what we're currently conducting. We just brought the bylaw into alignment with the current case law standards and our current practices. So should council have desired a different approach, that is the policy decision that will remain within council's purview. As again, Nav had said earlier, that's the decision-making authority around policy. So that type of information or that type of question would come back to council, and it would be under council's direction that we would alter that. Okay.
All right, thanks very much for that. We do have a recommendation. Is there anyone who, sorry, we have Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, no problem, Acting Mayor, just a little slow. Sorry, such a huge document and policy to consider. I wanted to quickly wrap back around to trail users and so on. And I just wanted to throw out there that idea of being courteous might just be the simplest way to deal with these things. Yield to slower users and that sort of, instead of getting into the mix of who can and can't use them. I don't know how you enforce that. I guess that's our enforcement department's work, but an idea that makes common sense sort of the prevailing guide there. I also wanted to comment briefly on the sheltering portion in parks, which I think is obviously a double-edged sword. Nobody wants to see people having to shelter in parks, but at the same time, it seems like a necessity. And I think that this document is striking a balance between the need for people in emergency situations to find shelter, but also the need for our community to maintain some sense of order and not let things slip into situations which we've seen in other communities where horrendous living situations arise from an emergency situation becoming a long-term solution. So thanks to staff for that.
Thanks. Final comment from Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, just one more question, and you spoke to it around the term safety. It's referenced a few times under highlights and insights. And I appreciate you contextualizing it, Nav, in terms of its all forms of safety. And I'm wondering what's not included in here in the guiding document, which I think really aligns with Council's strategic priorities around anti-racism and discrimination in all of its forms. If that sort of trauma-informed lens to safety is going to be expanded beyond what most people when reading this probably think it's safety related to substance use or safety related to behaviors of people who are sheltering in our parks. But there are also people who take out permits to rent out our parks that might not necessarily align with the priorities of the city. I think about some folks around people who are moving discriminatory and hateful language in our community. And so I'm wondering if you can speak to that.
Thank you, Councillor Jolicoeur. As outlined it within the document, there are some elements of work that would still need to be created or undertaken, which includes the parks permitting process and or policies. So when the city goes through the anti-racism strategy or when those parks policies are developed, it would be a decision of council whether or not you would restrict access to the permits and or rentals to groups that are in alignment with city policies and perspectives and or making prohibitions through those permitting processes. It would be something that would be outside of the scope of this bylaw and would fall under policy within the operations of the Recreation, Culture and Community Services Department.
Thanks for that. Seeing no more speakers, is there anyone who'd care to move the recommendation? Councillor Frisch.
I'll move that council approve the Parks and Open Spaces bylaw guiding document and direct staff to work with external legal counsel to draft a new Parks and Open Spaces control bylaw. That staff be directed to report back to council on any further amendments to the BC's current decriminalization policy and or at such time further guidance for local governments is provided by the province.
Seconded by Councillor Cole Hamilton. Speaking to the recommendation, Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks, Acting Mayor. Yeah, support this. I'd like to see if we'd be open to an amendment to include a component of the recommendation to direct staff to engage with the unhoused population and service providers in the development of the implementation committee and its activities.
You're asking if anybody's open to that. Are you making that amendment, Councillor?
Yes, I can't see people in the room, so yes, I'd like to make that amendment.
All right, is there a seconder for that? I'm sorry, there's no seconder, Councillor.
Okay, thanks.
Further discussion? All in favor of the recommendation? Any opposed? That's carried. Thanks very much. Thanks to our consultant and staff for that item. And we'll move on to financial services, the audit service plan for the year ending December 31st, 2023. Mr. Garbutt.
Through the acting mayor, Mr. Langemeyer would speak to this item, and I know he is participating electronically.
Go ahead, Mr. Langemeyer.
Hello, everybody. Oh, nice to come to you through TV land, as I call it. So why we're here today is an annual request to approve an auditor for the city and to approve the audit plan for the year. Beyond that bit of information, if there's any further questions, please let me know.
Councillor Frisch.
Thanks, Acting Mayor. Well, of course, we've seen this many times, once every year, it seems like. So I'll just be happy to move that council appoint MNP LLP as the city's auditor for 2023, and that council approve the 2023 audit service plan as presented for the year ending December 31st, 2023.
Seconded by Councillor Cole Hamilton. Any discussion? All those in favor? Anyone opposed? That's carried. Thanks very much, Mr. Langemeyer. You're relieved of this item. And we'll move on to item 6.1, resident survey, your Courtney, your voice results presentation. And do we have a staff person who is presenting this? We have a receipt motion and moved and seconded. We have a search party looking for staff. Yes, we have a motion on the floor to receive the resident survey, and I'll turn it over to Ms. O'Connell.
Thank you very much, Acting Mayor. Sorry for sneaking out of the room there for a moment, but yeah, so over the summer, we embarked on conducting a resident survey that really seek to establish where the city is lying as far as benchmarking against other similar municipalities who are conducting similar surveys across the province. To lead us through that process, we engaged Forum Research, and they have facilitated a statistically valid survey targeting the number of respondents being 300, which was achieved. We also ran a simultaneous online survey, which is not statistically valid and isn't included in the presentation tonight, but an analysis will be provided at a later date. We are joined tonight by two representatives from Forum, and so I'll pass it over to them to go ahead and present the results to council.
Thank you, and go ahead, our online participants, please.
Thank you, Kate, for the introduction, and thank you, Acting Mayor and Council, for having us here today. We're very excited to provide you with a very high-level summary of your 2023 resident satisfaction survey results, but as this is just a summary, it's only about 18 slides long, which I'll get through relatively quickly. The full report is appended to review at your leisure on the council agenda. Next slide, please. So at a very high level, what we found was that the vast majority of your residents, they rate the quality of life in the city of Courtenay and the value for their tax dollars as either good or very good. However, there are more residents who were not likely to recommend the city as a place to live as opposed to recommending it, and some issues facing the city that residents flagged as most important to them included homelessness and affordable housing, which, you know, as we're hearing through other presentations, that's not really a unique finding just to your city. It's pretty well a national issue for many municipalities, but despite noted issues, many are satisfied with the overall level and quality of services that you provide to them. And the individual services that receive the highest level of satisfaction surround those fire services, recreational services, and your beautiful parks, green spaces, and multi-use trails. However, the services that have the highest impact on overall satisfaction or mainly influence their overall satisfaction the most include land use and community planning, traffic management, and availability of online resources. So really focusing your efforts on improving satisfaction levels in those three areas that will help to drive the overall satisfaction score up. And lastly, about half of those that we surveyed have contacted or dealt with someone from the city within the past year. And of those who did, a large majority said that they received either full or partial support, and they were satisfied with the overall service or support that they received. Next slide, please. So we've gone over some high-level key findings, but let's talk just a little bit more about the methodology of the research before we dive into things a bit more. And Kate did a really good job at summing it up. But what we did is we feel the statistically valid, so a random digit dial telephone survey with live interviewing agents in late July and early August to 304 Courtenay residents who are 18 years of age or older. We targeted both landlines and cell phones, and it took the average respondent about 18 minutes to complete the survey. So results throughout this have also been statistically weighted by age and gender, just to ensure that our sample that we received reflected your population in accordance with 2021 census data. And as Kate mentioned, it's also worth noting that we fielded an online survey around the same time frame to ensure that every resident who wanted their voice heard could do so if they weren't contacted via telephone. And this was done through an open link hosted by the city. But given the nature of the self-selected data collection method, these results aren't typically reflective of your population, and we won't be focusing on them today. But again, those online results are fully available within the full report. Next slide, please. Okay, just a couple of quick reporting considerations as you review this report and the larger one. On the slides, you may see mentions of top 2 and bottom 2, and this simply refers to the net positive and negative scores. So for example, top 2 satisfied or agree, that would be the combination of very and somewhat satisfied or strongly and somewhat agree. And sometimes these netted figures, they may be a % off from the individual scores that they combine, but that's simply due to rounding. And lastly, while we don't really have time in this conversation today to review the significant differences between demographic subgroups throughout, they were analyzed and noted where they exist on the slides. Next slide, please. Okay. So as mentioned as a key finding, when we asked residents what is the most important issue facing their community, the top listed issue was homelessness, followed by lack of affordable housing, and to a lesser extent, we can see from the chart that issues around water, roads, they're also noted issues. Next slide, please. 57% rate their overall quality of life in Courtenay as good, while 34% rated as very good, giving us that top 2 netted score of 90%. Next slide, please. However, when we ask them to think about their quality of life in Courtenay over the past 3 years, the majority, or 57% we see here in red, indicates that their quality of life has become worse. 34% said it stayed the same, and only 6% says it has become better. Next slide, please. So regardless of how they answered those previous 2 quality of life questions, we wanted to know what specific initiatives or programs that they'd like to see in order to enhance the quality of life in their community. They could provide more than one answer, which is why these percents we see on the screen add up to just over 100%. But what we found was that addressing issues around homelessness, affordable housing, and drug addictions, those were the top areas they mentioned to contribute to their overall quality of life. And these top findings are largely similar to the top issues that we mentioned earlier. And of course, after hearing the presentation from our friends at Walk With Me and the Comox Valley Substance Use Strategy today, perhaps the city can connect with them to help address this first and third issue that emerged. Next slide, please. In terms of diversity, equity, and inclusion, just over half are net satisfied with the city's current effort in promoting DEI within the community. And it's also worth noting that about a third say they are neither satisfied nor dissatisfied. So while top 2 may seem low, many are not dissatisfied with your efforts, only about 16%. Next slide, please. Nearly 8 in 10 say that overall they receive a good or very good value for their tax dollars. And what's driving that top 2 is that score of 59% saying that it's good. Next, please. Now, when asked to think about how the city should balance taxation and service delivery levels, 41% were in favor of maintaining the current tax level, even if it might mean cuts to services. 29% were in favor of increasing taxes to maintain, enhance, or expand services. 13% wanted to cut services in order to reduce taxes, and 16% just weren't sure or didn't want to provide a response. Next slide, please. Okay, on to NPS analysis. So the Net Promoter Score, or NPS as we call it for short, that assesses the willingness of residents to promote the city of Courtenay. So NPS was measured by asking residents to rate their likelihood of recommending the city of Courtenay as a place to live to a friend or colleague on a scale from 1 to 10, 1 being not at all likely, 10 being very likely. So based on the score provided, residents were classified as either promoters, passives, or detractors of the city, and the Net Promoter Score is then calculated by subtracting the detractors from the promoters, and that gives you a net score for the proportion of residents promoting the city of Courtenay as a place to live. So in our case, we're seeing -16, suggesting that residents are not very likely to recommend the city as a place to live. Again, we're aware of top of mind issues and things that would enhance their quality of life, as mentioned previously. So finding ways to address these issues, as well as some additional items that I will get to shortly, could improve this Net Promoter Score. Next slide, please. Okay, so when thinking about the overall level of quality of services provided by the city, 2/3 say that they are net satisfied, with nearly half specifying or specifically saying that they are somewhat satisfied. Next slide, please. Then we asked them to rate their level of satisfaction with individual services. And we can see from the chart here that fire services, recreation services, parks, green spaces, multi-use trails, those emerged as their most satisfied items. But on the flip side, public transit, land use and community planning, and traffic management, those emerged as the services that residents were least satisfied with. Next slide, please. Onto the gap analysis. So we conducted a gap analysis to assess the difference between how satisfied respondents are with each of the services we just saw and the impact of each service on their overall service satisfaction score. So as a result of the analysis, city services have been distributed among 4 areas. So we can see primary areas for improvement in the bottom right, secondary areas for improvement bottom left, primary areas for maintenance top right, and secondary areas for maintenance top left. So what we really want to focus on here are the primary areas for improvement, as these are the services that have the highest impact on overall satisfaction, but have lower individual satisfaction scores. And the analysis identifies that these services are the strongest drivers of satisfaction. So if the city can find ways to increase satisfaction in these areas, it will have the largest impact on overall satisfaction with city services. So when we look at the analysis, we can see that the services the city should focus on are availability of online services, traffic management, and land use and community planning. So similar to the noted issues raised by residents and areas to improve on to enhance their quality of life, by focusing on increasing satisfaction scores in these 3 areas, that could also help improve your Net Promoter Score. Next slide, please. Okay, these last 2 slides, they tell us that a 42% have personally contacted or dealt with someone from the city of Courtenay within the past 12 months. And of those who did, about 3/4 were net satisfied with the overall service they received, with over half saying they were very satisfied. And then in terms of the outcome of their interaction with city staff, about 8 in 10 said that they received the service or support they needed from staff, either in full or partially. Next slide, please. And just like the satisfaction score with services, we wanted to also dive into satisfaction with specific city staff experience elements. And what we found is that, we wanted to dive into that satisfaction score for those who contacted the city within the past 12 months to rate their agreement level on several experience statements. And they ended up agreeing with all statements, but the ones with the highest level of agreement we see here is that they were treated fairly, that staff were courteous, and that staff were knowledgeable. So the only room for improvement we can really see on this screen is that we could encourage staff to go that extra mile to help them out, as only about 6 in 10 agreed with that statement. Next slide, please. So there's obviously a lot more going on within the report, but at a high level, this is it. So if you have any questions, Lord and I are happy to answer.
Thanks very much. And our first question will come from Councillor Frisch.
Thanks, Acting Mayor, and thanks for the presentation. Very insightful, of course. I had a question, or actually the quality of life that you had mentioned, and the Net Promoter Score. And of course, it's no surprise that in our community, we feel like things have been slipping as issues arise around homelessness and mental health and housing. I wonder if there's also a sense from some people that we wouldn't want to promote the Valley because it actually makes it more difficult to deal with the issues we have. Is that crazy to think?
through the acting mayor, it's not crazy to think, but this is a very quantitative in nature survey, and there's not a lot of room for open-ended responses or elaboration on responses. So why they rate their quality of life as they do, or are unwilling to recommend the city of Courtenay as a place to live, it's a little bit out of my scope to make assumptions as to why that is. You know your city better than I do. Not sure, Lauren, if you have anything to add to that.
Well, we saw some of the ratings, and we saw the perception of the decline in from previous years, and I think that's driving the recommendation scores on the NPS.
Yes, and many people would also be aware that it is hard to find a place to live here, no matter what your income or circumstances. And some people might not recommend based on that. Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, thanks, Acting Mayor. Yeah, admittedly, I was surprised and maybe a bit disappointed with some of the responses and trends, although then reflecting on where we are at as a municipality and where many communities are these days, we're facing so many challenges. I think a lot of it stem from the impacts of COVID and a lack of affordability and more homelessness and just a lot of societal impacts. That we're at a time that the public is frustrated, not seeing things change in a positive direction. And I think that's really what we're seeing reflected in some of those responses to the survey. And so the question I had is, given that this is the work that you're in and, these kind of benchmarks and metrics that we're using to analyze our data, is retrospective, and I don't know how far back those data sets go or what we're using, but I would like to hear whether or not this is kind of a trend that you're seeing as you move on with the work with different municipalities, if generally speaking, when we're asking community members about these kind of questions, if generally we're seeing more negative scores than previously. Just maybe if you can contextualize some of the trends that you're seeing in the work that you do outside of our community.
Sure. So through acting mayor to Councillor McCollum, it is, especially when each municipality is unique, and the only way to really kind of judge how you're doing over time is to continue to do research over time and compare yourself against yourselves. But what we're seeing, we did have some benchmarking data available within the report on some main questions like value for tax dollar, quality of life, and we are seeing that for specific municipalities within British Columbia that have similar population sizes or are kind of comparatively close to you in relation geographically, you score kind of similar, like at the average score that they have when we take them all into consideration, or a little bit lower, again for the reasons mentioned, some not within your control, like the event of COVID, that inflation is at all times high. Like we are seeing other municipalities, not just in BC, mentioning that there is a lot of lack of affordable housing, perhaps not the lack of housing in general, but affordable housing is the specific mention that we are seeing an increase in over time. So that's one thing I can note on that.
And then I guess my other question, although sorry, it was a bit wordy, but just if you're seeing like trends in this type of work where overall community satisfaction, is it generally improving or decreasing? And maybe that's hard to tease out generally, but if you have any comments on just what kind of trends you're seeing.
I think people have been through a lot just in general. First COVID, and they came out of that, then they've got the affordability crisis, inflation, the housing part of it, and so forth. So people are under a lot of stress from those factors. They haven't really recovered from the pre-COVID days because everything has been going on. So I think that's pushing the numbers sort of downwards in general across the country. And I was kind of surprised hearing that the first few speakers tonight, how many of them are reflecting what we're hearing across the country, like those very same issues that you guys are wrestling with earlier tonight. We're hearing everywhere.
And something else that I do want to note that you kind of differ from other municipalities is that in terms of safety in your community, that's not really a prevailing issue. I mean, it was for those who did the online survey, actually, that was one of their top issues, but for your general population, it wasn't. And in some other studies that we're doing for other municipalities, like not just in British Columbia, but elsewhere, that is an emerging concern for a lot of municipalities as well. So there are a lot of trends, but it really is kind of case and area dependent.
Yeah, that was useful. I appreciate that context. And yeah, on the safety, that is something that we heard at our national conference this year more than my previous years. So that certainly jives with my experience as well. Thank you.
Thanks. And Councillor Morin.
Great. Thank you, Acting Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to see results that are have some negativity to them. I do believe, though, that exactly what you said, what we've been dealing with COVID and everything else has really impacted people to a great degree. I was curious about the demographics. I did see in the report that it was phone and online, and there were some cell. I couldn't remember what the breakdown was between landlines and cell, but you know, I know it's difficult to get a really good representation, but when I see that only 21% had children under the age of 18, to me, that's like, where were the families, right? And the age demographic was way up there. So I guess I'm a little concerned about sort of the diversity of responses, and in terms of, it would have been, you know, I mean, I guess nice to have a little bit more information about. We did get home ownership. I'm trying to look if we had rentals, but in terms of I guess I just wonder whether it's people in homes, kind of more privileged folks who filled out the survey, or whether, you know, did we even have any unhoused people or people struggling in that way? They probably would have given it a more negative response in terms of quality of life. But I guess I was concerned about that, and if you could speak to any of those issues at all.
Yeah, through Acting Mayor to Councillor Morin. So the statistically valid, so we did only get 304 respondents for the telephone survey, and yes, we did only contact them through either a landline or cell phone. So if there was an unhoused population that was participating in the survey, it's likely that they may have, you know, gone to a library to access the open link or something like that, and not included in the statistically valid results. But we did, based on 2021 census data, we did weight your demographic, like the survey results, on your age and gender proportions. So they are current, and they typically correct for the other demographics, like whether or not they have children in the household, whether or not they're a person with a disability, things like that. So if you were to see the unweighted versus the weighted proportions, they would be a lot different, and the weighted proportions are more in line with the 2021 census data. And we are seeing that your age does, you know, in 2021 now compared to 2016, it is skewing older than it was in the past, I believe. So there's that. We do have in the larger report appended, there might be a couple of demographic breakouts based on those with children in the household versus those without. I think I remember top of mind specifically with satisfaction of the services overall. I believe those who do not have children are more satisfied with the services overall than those with children. So there might be more specific mentions of that. Yeah, for the online survey itself, because we weren't sure the type of people who responded to the survey, because it wasn't random, it was self-selected, we didn't weight the data on that. So you might have a completely different type of population responding to that survey as opposed to the random digit dial one. And again, people usually seeking, because it's self-selected and people are seeking out to do the survey, it's usually because they have something that they want to say, whether that's like, and it's usually on one of the polar ends, either they're extremely positive or extremely negative. And what we kind of found out, not unique to your survey, but to many surveys, people usually have something negative to say, so they seek out the survey to tell people that.
Yeah, I just think even compared to the census, it does seem to be even more skewed to older folks. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks again. I wanted to hone in on a piece of information that you gave us about city interactions. And while on a whole, they seem like they're really good, no surprise to me, our staff are excellent. You differentiated between the satisfaction with people who are more likely to be retired versus people who are self-employed and still working. And I wonder, I'm tempted to ask why, but I don't know if you guys delve into that. If you can, that'd be great. What comes to mind for me is that people that are self-employed are dealing with business and policy. And so there might be some policies there that are causing discontent, or we may have people that are more anti-authoritarian and therefore self-employed because they don't like to have bosses. So I wonder if you have any thoughts on that.
Through acting mayor to Councillor Fish. Yeah, it could very well be, hold on, I'm just trying to find the slides so I don't misspeak. Where did it go? Okay, it's lost in the weeds for me right now. But we didn't dive into anything further than what we've presented on the slides. Just again, it's an 18-minute survey. We have a lot to get through, but it is quite possible that those who are retired are more satisfied with the services they receive. Maybe it's because they're more patient. They have the time to call in to ask a question, to ask these follow-ups than those who are calling in for a specific reason or inquiry that they need information to now, and it could be something that they've looked into themselves and couldn't find, and that's why they're contacting the city to provide more clarity. So it's hard, these are all assumptions, but the real answer is we're not very sure why satisfaction is higher among those who are retired than those who aren't, but it was a significant difference between groups.
But we can look at this sort of turned around, retired are accessing different services, and self-employed or business people, they're accessing completely different services. I think that really is more germane to why they might react differently. Not so much the fact that they're retired or not, or whatever their age or whatever it is. It's the services that they would be accessing or more likely to be accessing.
Thanks very much for that. I don't see any further questions on the floor. So I appreciate your presence and your report tonight. We do have the recommendation moved and seconded. All those in favor? Is there anyone opposed? That's carried. Thanks very much. And we'll move on to item 6.2, the research strategy updates. And I believe we should have somebody from staff who will comment on this. Ms. Gio, there she goes.
Thank you through the acting mayor and the city manager. As council is aware, over the past several months, the city of Courtenay has been working on the development of a communications strategy with consultants from Spur Communication. Through the strategy, we're working to identify and prioritize ways to humanize local government, improve access to information and dialogue, and build and strengthen connections with the people we serve. The strategy will also help us streamline our processes, improve consistency, ensure all city staff have access to the tools and techniques they need to support effective communication across our organization. The strategy will assess how we can best reach equity-deserving individuals and groups and ensure we're reaching the diverse voices of all of our community's residents. The communication strategy has been auditing our existing communication approach and will develop a range of recommendations informed by best practices tailored for the city's unique needs and those of our community. Members of council were introduced to the communication strategy this past summer through one-on-one meetings with Spur Communication to gather council's thoughts, ideas, and priorities. And this week, Spur led a session with Courtenay senior leadership, as well as a workshop on reaching equity-deserving communities. I don't want to steal Hillary's thunder. And then we had participation from representatives from several local nonprofit organizations, and Spur is also coordinating youth-specific consultation. So I'd now like to introduce Hillary Farson, principal and co-founder of Spur Communication, who has been leading this project with her team.
Thank you so much, Anne. All right, thank you so much for having me and for that really wonderful invitation and having me in this space tonight. I'm very excited to chat about what we're up to. So I want to do just a very quick pause here. I want to note that I am a settler who lives on the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh lands. At Spur, we do try and take an intersectional and anti-colonial approach to what we do. And I want to recognize the immense privilege of getting to work on Comox territories today. In particular, we do aim to advance reconciliation in our work. And tonight, what that means is that you might hear the term interest holder instead of stakeholder, which you might be more used to. Okay, in terms of what I'm hoping to get through today, I'd like to start with a little context setting about the project. I'd then like to provide some background on our research approach to date. And then I'll present on some of the findings. So I'll go a little bit through what we've heard about goals and objectives, style and tone, and then I'll dive into some opportunities and next steps. In terms of setting the context, I'll begin by saying that the purpose of this work is to ultimately develop a communication strategy that reflects Courtenay's unique communities. The strategy will provide a consistent approach to communication across departments and projects. And the communication strategy will focus on how to increase awareness and develop a shared understanding about key issues, projects, and services in your community. As part of this project, we're also going to develop a style guide, and that will also include a guide to equitable language, which is hopefully going to gently bring attention to common terms of phrase that might have a harmful origin that we don't know why we use them, and so that we can course correct on some of our common language. We'll also develop a suite of templates and checklists. This will enable efficient communication in the future across your departments. And then we'll also make recommendations about futures activities and platforms. As part of this, we'll outline how this work can connect with the upcoming engagement framework as well. But I do want to flag for transparency that the scope of work that we're chatting about today is your communication. So your information out and not necessarily the engagement framework that is coming down the pike soon. So I'm presenting on findings from research that we've compiled to date, and there's kind of three pillars of that research. So the first is a staff workshop. As Anne mentioned, we are continuing to work with your staff, but this is compiling notes from the first workshop that we did. The second is, of course, a communication audit. What channels are you using right now? How are they being used? And what's working? And then finally, interviews with yourselves. So we were really lucky to get to connect with you all and get a lot of really valuable feedback to date. So what I'm going to present back to you is information kind of thematically across pillars. So instead of getting at, this is what we heard from staff, this is what we heard from council, this is what we heard from your audit, we're going to say, this is what we're hearing generally from all of your pillars of your research. So when we think about overarching and high-level goals for the project, we learned that folks are really focused on earning trust with your communities and your interest holders. People want to meet communities where they're at instead of hoping people will take the time to explore channels that they're not necessarily used to. We want to go where they are already. There's a desire to explore more modernized communication, which I will come back to a couple times in this presentation, and to increase capacity to reach larger audiences through systems and tools. We also identified the following more kind of specific objectives based on the research. So from staff, we really heard the desire to develop a more consistent approach to communication, especially developing really clear roles and responsibilities and processes. From the interviews with council, thank you so much, we heard a desire to reach more diverse audiences and introduce modern tools and technologies that'll help you do so. And finally, the audit findings showcase an opportunity to facilitate relationships with community organizations through cross-promotion to better reflect and reach Courtney's diverse communities. So when we begin drafting the strategy next month, we'll ensure that these types of objectives are clearly noted, and also we'll figure out how we should track them and how you can measure them moving forward. In terms of style and tone, staff spoke to the desire to develop a really consistent tone in all of your communication, which will bring about, of course, through a new style guide. Through the interviews with you, with council, you really emphasize the need for clear and accessible communication. So this is something that we're also hoping to be able to develop through a clear style guide. And the communication audit points to an opportunity to clarify when different channels might actually need a bit of a different tone. So again, when we think about meeting people where they're at, how can we adopt a communication system and style that is appropriate for the channel that we're on? So kind of thinking corporate website versus Instagram. In terms of messaging, there were a few insights on messaging that came through the research, although this wasn't the focus, that I think is just nice to flag back. So the first is a desire for a consistent approach to key messages. So regardless about what project or service you're talking about, how do we know that we have the information that we need? So we're hoping to develop a key message brief that'll go out to all your projects. This will streamline key message development. That'll be easy for staff, but it'll also mean that it's easier to receive that information. Consistency, I think, often brings ease. So that's what we're hoping here. Next, folks are really interested in ensuring that key messages and FAQs and all of that information is always available in advance of a project launching, so that you're not trying to find out information after the fact. Okay, this is the fun part, opportunities for where we can go. We identified several opportunities through the research. So first, folks identified an opportunity to increase community awareness about key issues and projects, especially when people are directly impacted by them. So we'll do this through streamlining your communication processes, recommending new technologies and tools where that's appropriate, and adopting other changes that allow for increased communication and for communication to reflect the needs of your community. Next, we do want to reduce barriers to information that might exist. So we can explore things like, again, changing your language, changing the reading level at which all communication is written at. And then also considering things like UX recommendations for your website that make it easier to get places and find your information. And then also moving from reactive communication to proactive communication. So we're working on this by working with your senior leadership to identify what are the communication challenges and projects that we know are coming down the pike. How can we map out how we might take an approach to those that we already know about? How might different projects require a different level of communication and energy and output? And how can we map all that out while still holding time for some reactive communication issues that we know will always arise? Next, multiple research pillars show that there's potential to develop meaningful community relationships with existing organizations. So once you have these really strong relationships, there's an opportunity to cross-promote content. This is going to be particularly important for reaching equity-deserving communities. They already have trusted sources of information. So how do we make sure that, again, we're going where they are and we leverage those relationships and those channels? Next, folks are really excited at as I spoke about before, the prospect of exploring some new and emerging technologies to increase communication capacity. So we're particularly going to look at tools that would increase the volume of the city's communication and responses. So things like AI-assisted technologies, to give some recommendations there. And finally, there was a lot of talk and opportunity about using new media and thinking about what are the opportunities for video in particular, which would better mirror people's platform and communication expectations. So we are going to look into that. And simultaneously, I want to flag that an increase in video communication is obviously resource intensive. So when we're drafting the strategy and the recommendations, we will be considering the resourcing implications for recommendations like that. So last, I just want to speak to kind of where we are in this process and what's coming down the pike. So as Anne mentioned, this week we held a workshop with harder to reach community groups. We've also launched a survey that was designed with and for youth so that we can hear how they'd like to receive information from the city. So in combination of the kind of larger data that we have for this project, nothing really beats meaningful group discussions and getting on the ground feedback about how we need to tailor our communication program. So that's been going on this week. In October, we'll compile all of the community engagement results into a summary report, and simultaneously we'll start drafting the communication strategy. I've got that noted for November. We'll probably start that at the end of October as well. In December, you'll hear from us again. We'll present the strategy back to Mayor and Council. And finally, once you're comfortable with it, we'll compile the additional resources and the templates so that the city can execute their communication program smoothly moving forward. And that's it for me.
Well, thanks very much. And I'm looking around to see if any, Councillor McCollum has a question or comment.
Thanks for the presentation. This was a great update. I mean, communication is not my background, but certainly sitting in a council position, it's become front of mind on a regular basis. Just recognizing that it's such an important piece of the work that we do as elected officials, but also it's critical for just about everything that the city does. So it's really great to see this strategy coming forward. You know, in going through this process and speaking about what's important and how we engage with the public, you know, it occurs to me that there's kind of no limit on how much communication we can do. There's always more. You're always wanting to see different people reached, trying to explain to the wider community that's not necessarily like in the weeds with council about why certain things are happening. Great example is just our transition that we're doing right now around solid waste pickup, and you know that we're changing the way that that's done. And of course, it's a huge communications exercise. And I guess the comment that I want to make is, you know, we always want to do more, but also we're constrained. Like communications is very personnel intensive, it's expensive. And I think it's just very important to pull that together so that we are being strategic in how we use those resources. So yeah, I don't really have a question. I just wanted to make that comment that I'm really happy to see this going forward, and it's an important piece of educating and engaging with the public, but also using our resources effectively. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. And Councillor Frisch.
Thanks again. I remember there being a piece in here when I read the agenda before about what percentage of people access information through the paper versus online platforms. Am I imagining that?
It's in the survey.
Oh, it was in the survey. Yeah, and I can't find it right now, but it was something like, I want to say 38% still, you know, read the paper and really relied on that. And I thought that was telling because that's a form of communication that we don't have a lot of control over. And yet it's one of the most effective ways to get information out to people. I wonder if there are any thoughts on how we can leverage that more. And also I wonder if, you know, a lot of these big issues that we're dealing with and the things we're working on, they're kind of stewing away, and how much capacity we have to share those stories. I know, of course, I follow the City of Courtenay accounts on social media, and they're often, you know, feel good, smaller initiatives, really important stuff. But I don't know that we're doing a ton of communication on the really big hard topics, which are also a little less fun to talk about, I would say. So I wonder if we have any thoughts on those two sides of it.
Yeah, thank you so much through the acting mayor. So first, in regard to media relations and getting things into the paper, one of the things that we're exploring, and again, I don't want to go too far down the path on recommendations because we are still compiling all of our information, but I think one of the things that we probably want to explore is what is the approach to media relations, perhaps instead of and over large advertising spends with traditional media, which is not to say that you wouldn't still do them, but is there an opportunity to consistently create a media relations program with folks like Anne who have really good standing relationships with folks so that when you're dealing with a project that's really important, that's going to impact diverse residents across the city, there's a really strong program with someone who knows the media so that you can get that in the paper organically or on the radio organically. So that is going to be a component of the strategy that we're exploring, which is like, what would the media protocol look like across projects? Again, how do we streamline that so that it's easy for staff to execute quickly? So that'll definitely be considered as part. I am so sorry. Can you please repeat the second part of your question?
The second part was just about how to leverage that social media to dive into sort of deeper topics. And I guess before you answer that, I'll just give a little shout out. I saw some highlights come up on City Council, and I thought that was really great because actually a lot of the information is right here in these meetings in the documents that we're going through, but it's really hard to put that in a social media post that anyone's going to bother reading. But I think we're trying, and I think that's valuable. So I don't know if you have any comments on that, but that's all I was thinking.
Thank you for the kind reminder on the second part of the question. We'll definitely put thought to what are the best ways to use social media, including which platforms should we emphasize and potentially de-emphasize. What we want to do is create a program that is mindful of the resources and capacity of the existing staff, and really put time and effort behind where we know there are high impact channels. So for example, as part of the audit, we know that your Facebook group is actually quite well used. And then with some of the volatility around what's happening with formerly Twitter, now X, that's a channel where the use is changing a lot. So how do we make sure that we have strategic recommendations that are impactful about the channels that we want to use and put time behind? The other part of your question and comment that I think is important, Councillor Frisch, is taking a human approach to telling your stories is really important. It is one of the ways that can make sure that people remember the information and that it resonates with them. So we'll definitely be making recommendations about when and how do we take that humanized approach. It's obviously not always appropriate. It's also not always appropriate, of course, to share stories about individual stories about harder experiences. But if and where appropriate, how do we keep that? How do we make sure that that human element to what you're doing at the city is maintained throughout your communication program?
Thanks. And Mr. Garbett has a comment.
Thank you. Through the acting mayor, you also did a reference, Councillor Frisch, to newspapers generally. And we all know that newspapers are sort of people who love newspapers love to touch newspapers. I'm one of them, but it's actually trending out. The industry is changing, legislation is changing, but our residents are telling us that it's not unusual in smaller communities, that it's a really important part. So I guess we will have to balance that. And so if our, heaven forbid, our newspaper ceases to exist, which has happened in Seattle and various other places, what would we do? Because it is a valuable point. And I just wanted to honor what you were saying, because it is sort of both old school, but there's a lot of people. And I know that on Wednesday, some people are looking for that paper. And again, whether it's an electronic edition, but I just wanted to acknowledge that, but actually trending is the industry stopping that, as well as some of the legislation is recognizing that. But we do have to acknowledge our own community and its culture.
Well, thanks very much, Ms. Farson, for your presentation, and to Council for that discussion. There's no further comments, and we do have a recommendation that Council receive the communication strategy report. Mover, please. Moved by McCollum, seconded by Frisch. Further discussion? All in favor? Anyone opposed? That's carried. Thanks very much. I'm going to ask Council's indulgence on two things. The first is that I'm going to propose that we move item 9.1.2, which is a zoning amendment bylaw related to 1410 Glen Urquhart Drive, up to the next item on the agenda. And that after we deal with that, we take a nourishment break. Is there anyone who's opposed to changing the agenda to deal with item 9.1.2 now? Seeing none, we will amend the agenda and bring that item up next. And you'll find that further on in your agenda. And I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you. Through the acting mayor to council, I'm going to introduce this report on behalf of the Development Services Department. I just note that the applicants are in the gallery today and they're available for questions. I've had some communication with them throughout the meeting. So this staff report, just as we've moved around, is on page 428 of your agenda. And this is an application for rezoning to permit an accessory dwelling unit on the property at 1410 Glen Urquhart Drive. The staff report gives an overview. This is one of the larger lot residential neighborhoods inside the city. It's from a planning perspective, it's the type of lot that when council was asking us about the implementation of accessory dwelling units, the size and spacing and setbacks gives it many of the advantages that may be more challenging in smaller lot areas. We understand that we've received some input from some neighbors having some concern with respect to this application. And that's been circulated through our Legislative Services Department. The staff report is a very comprehensive review of the issues at hand. I'll leave that to council for any questions if they have them. But I would say these are the type of implementation items that our official community plan envisioned. This is gentle infill. It doesn't result in people being able to separate the title and have pressures on land costs, et cetera. The applicant is advised that this accessory dwelling is for residents for a relative, and I'll leave them to speak to that if council would like to engage them. And there's a positive recommendation here, and we've also taken the steps to waive the public hearing, recognizing the speed and need for the implementation of affordable housing and supportive housing options. And by supportive, I don't mean assisted, but when you have family relationships and places for people to age in place, it's extremely helpful. So I just want to clarify the statement related to supportive housing. Through the acting mayor, over to council.
Thanks, Mr. Garbutt. Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks again. Thanks for staff for this report. And also I appreciate it being streamlined, as it's secondary suites is something that actually secondary residence in this case is something that we were really interested in seeing happen more easily and smoothly. And also to the proponent for going ahead and taking a chance on the city to bring this forward. I did have a question about, I believe there's an alleyway out back of these properties, if memory serves me correct, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong. And is that correct? Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong person. Or maybe just people, yeah, there's an alleyway. And from my recollection, it's more of a double track, you know, sort of like it's very wooded. Is that correct? It's not paved. And I would call it a goat path, but I don't want to be diminutive of it. And I guess I'm just wondering from the city's perspective, as this might happen more often and garbage collection and such might need to be done off the alley if that's been considered for this area. And I might be wrong, just my memory of using that alleyway in the past is that it's rudimentary maybe at this point, not paved and cleared and so on, which is very nice.
Sir, if you'd like to press the button there, we'll activate your mic. And can you turn yours off?
It's not fully this thing is didn't actually consider services.
Excuse me, you'll have to hold a minute. We're having a challenge with your microphone here, and we need the people who are participating online to be able to hear you.
What if you could sit down for a moment, if that would make any sense? Oh, it's me.
Yeah, there we go. Sorry about that. If you could just state your name, please, sir.
Sure. Jason Thompson. I'm a resident at 1410 Glen Urquhart. And in response to the question about the laneway in the back. So it's a really well-used laneway. It's not totally paved. It's not fully paved. It's used quite a bit by vehicles with residents that living on Hobson and on Glen Urquhart. We hadn't considered services accessing through there. We would just access services to the front of the property for garbage pickup. We didn't actually consider services coming to the back lot for garbage pickup. We just take it out front.
Councillor Frisch again.
Yeah, well, thanks for that. And I'm sure you guys can make that work as a one-off in the neighborhood, but looking forward, I think that's something that we should consider at a staff level for this area if more people want to do this sort of thing. And maybe I'll just ask to clarify, this is a secondary residence at the back. And would you assume that the person living there would access off the alleyway on a regular basis versus walking across your personal yard?
Yeah, it could be either way, but there is, we're planning on the access to be clear for parking by that residence, so that person living there, my mom, can be close.
Thanks for that.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks. Mr. Garbett, you made reference to there being some feedback from the neighborhood. I don't see that in the attachments. I'm not sure if I'm missing it, but Councillor McCollum, did you want to comment on any of that feedback?
Was having issue. Oh, there we go. Just decided to work. Yeah. Yeah, I believe the public comment was added to the agenda later. Acting Mayor, you probably just have an older PDF. But yeah, I was going to comment that most of the feedback that we received was positive and supportive of the change. And there was one comment that actually raised our OCP process, and it sounds as though the perception was that because there was existing rural zoning in this area, that that the OCP process was supportive of no change. But I just want to point out, which is highlighted in the staff report, that this change is in fact in line with the OCP, and I'm certainly supportive of gentle infill in an area that's so central in town with plenty of space to accommodate two residences and a back lane to boot. So happy to support this.
Thanks, Councillor McCollum, and thanks everyone for your patience with our technological glitches. Councillor Morin.
Great, thanks, Acting Mayor. Yeah, I was going to bring up the point that Councillor McCollum made around the OCP comment, and I wasn't sure if there had been one of the walk shops or whatever in that area. I know that I had been to one in the Dingwall area, and it did come up that we were, looking at these types of neighborhoods to have gentle infill, as Councillor McCollum described. So I'm not sure, what happened in this neighborhood in that respect. So yeah, I don't have an issue necessarily with the secondary suite or this proposal. There was a comment around rentals though as well in the one comment that we received that wasn't in favor of this. And I guess I just wanted to ask staff, we don't have a short-term or vacation rental policy right now. I know that it's in the works, but this has come up from time to time, and the concern by many that some of these secondary suites and even obviously the multi-residential, the larger developments, will turn into vacation rentals. Now, it sounds like this person is building it obviously for their mom, and we don't have any guarantees that it wouldn't turn into that in future. So I'm just wondering if staff could speak to that around that aspect, and whether we don't really have any control in that way, that this doesn't go into a pool that actually doesn't support housing needs, which is one of the reasons for the densification that we're
Thanks,
proposing.
Councillor. Over to Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you. Through the acting mayor to Councillor Morin, I would maybe refer to the applicant who had stated their intention was for a secondary residential use and not for accessory dwelling. And when they respond, maybe I can carry on.
Yeah, the intention is just for family dwellings, so multi-generational residents. We have no intention in pursuing vacation rentals. From what we understand, it's not permitted use on the property and was not really our intention.
Thank you. Thanks for that. And just following up on the applicant's comments through the acting mayor to council. In the past, council, the 2018 council was given some direction that there may be gaps or unclear whether these items are regulated. So I can only defer to the previous advice that was provided. If council wanted to ensure that there was no ability for this to be used as a short-term vacation rental, we don't know what the future legislation would say. We could consider as a condition of the rezoning, and I conferred with Ms. Wade, who's unfortunately unable to join us, that you could attach a condition that prior to final adoption of the zoning amendment, if council wished that a section 219 covenant be placed restricting the accessory use to residential and no short-term vacation rentals. That would be prepared at the applicant's expense and registered.
Great, thank you for that answer. Just a quick follow-up, if that's okay, acting mayor.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm trusting the applicant, and having an aging parent in my care for some time, I would have appreciated having a separate area for her to enjoy. So I appreciate that. It sounds like that's not the intention. I don't think we need to complicate things. However, I think if we don't have something come with short-term rentals, more clarity around that in future, I think it could become problematic. We certainly get a lot of feedback around it. So at this point, I'll leave it at that, and just recognize that was a concern that came up, and we want to provide housing for folks and not and really address those housing needs. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Morin. We have a recommendation that council give first, second, and third reading to zoning amendment bylaw number 3101. Would someone care to move that, please? Moved first, second, and McCollum. Further discussion? All in favor? Anyone opposed? That's carried unanimously. Thanks very much, sir. Appreciate it. And we'll adjourn for 15 minutes or so and have a nourishment break. Thanks very much, council.
Because that's I did in grade 12.
Oh, yeah, that's hard.
Yeah. Oh, it's a tough sport. But it's a great outlet.
Okay, we're just about to resume. I'd like to thank those who are waiting online, particularly those who are feeling under the weather tonight. Thanks for bearing with us. And we're ready to go. All right, we shall resume our council meeting, and the next item is the management reports, and I'm going to suggest that we move the recommendation that council receive the Public Works, Finance, Development Services, and Fire Department management reports as presented, and then we can have any discussion if people have questions. Could someone move, please? Moved Cole Hamilton, seconded McCollum. Questions or comments from council for staff? Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks. Just one question in development services, and I know Miss Wade isn't in attendance, so hopefully someone from staff can answer. But on page 2, tree protection bylaw Q4 2024, I'm just wondering. I know that this department has a lot of work on its plate, and I'm wondering if staff are aware of any. And we just came from UBCM, but if staff are aware of any potential grant opportunities that would be able to support moving that specific project forward, maybe in an earlier timeline than what's been established.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Jolicoeur, through acting Mayor. Well, it's not a question of finances. It's really the total focus of the area. We have an existing and defined tree protection bylaw that we haven't identified that it's inadequate. And the improvements to it are maybe a little bit in the fine tuning because it was written a while ago. And some of the feedback from the development community, to be frank, is that there are aspects of that bylaw that make it more difficult for them to kind of manage the general situation because of, in some ways, the timeline for development, because you can do an assessment and then it may take a period of time. Believe it or not, trees do grow. So there are some operational implications around timeline. I would suggest that some of the, if I may advise to council, we would obviously take your direction in that regard, and we can look for funding. Some of the other items related to zoning update, et cetera, that our staff time is focused on are extremely important relative to a lot of the deliverables that the Housing Accelerator Fund is looking at. And I offer that for your information, but of course we would take direction on that item.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Thanks. And Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, I just had a question on the financial services management report. And just given that we have the permissive property tax exemption schedules and bylaw on today's agenda, and there's a reference in one of the staff reports to council's motion to look at the policy in relation to daycare facilities. And I'm just wondering if that should be included in the list of financial policies that we're in the process of updating. Additionally, after reading or having a refresher on our policy, it looks like it could probably use some language update as well. So I'm just wondering if that's in the works or if it should be included here. Or
thanks, Mr. Langmeyer. Mr. Garbett, did you want to respond?
Hello, sorry there. I had some headphone problems.
Oh.
Is the question for me still?
yes, and I can repeat it if you like, Adam.
I got asked the question about daycares.
Yeah, just,
That's
yeah,
where it cut out.
yeah, I just don't see it in the financial policies update or in the upcoming work under financial policy. And I assume that that's where that would live. So just want to be reassured that that is in the work plan for the next budget cycle, and perhaps a review of just the policy in general after reading it. In tonight's agenda, it does look like it's ready for maybe a refresh as well.
Yeah, you'll notice there is a little bit of information on daycares in tonight's report on permissive tax exemptions. And in further into the report, it says one of the options is revisit the policy, which we don't have specific direction to totally yet.
Okay, so we'll explore that later. But the daycare piece, we did have a resolution on that, did we not? Or
Yes, we did, and it is not on here. And
okay.
I can still look into that, or will.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thanks. And for those of you who had put your mics on, please know that I didn't turn them off. We're continuing to have these glitches. We'll go to Councillor Frisch next.
Okay, thanks. Is Kyle Shaw with us tonight?
I'm pinch hitting for a few folks today, so.
Well, okay, maybe just if it can wait too, if it's out of your wheelhouse. But I was interested in the 3 more charge stations. I couldn't remember where those were. It looks like they'll be done pretty quick. I don't know if maybe someone else remembers where they were. And then also I had in mind that we had we're looking for some grant money for charge stations at Public Works as well, and wondering where that was at. But it can also wait for a personal conversation or a smaller off-site conversation if you don't know.
Thank you for the question through the acting mayor. We can advise council on the specific locations. Our electrification project is looking good on a number of items, and we can advise council of the specific locations. One of the challenges with public charging stations, we are moving on some more charging stations for our own city vehicles, so as to support our electrification. Sometimes it's actually quite difficult to find good public stations in the first place, and there is becoming a proliferation of those sites. Almost many of our gas stations now have them. There's a BC Hydro phase 2 level chargers that are installed in and around, but I make a note and we'll get a note out to council on that.
Thanks. And Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks, acting mayor. This is on the development services update. It's the internal development servicing process updates. And I have to say the description of what was achieved, I found difficult to understand. Perhaps so the outcome is concurrence of land use applications to inform servicing. Anyway, I was wondering if you could help me sort of understand what the work was that we completed and how that's going to be impacting the, I assume, the speed with which we're processing development documents.
Thank you. Through the acting mayor, I'll translate some planneries for you.
Please do.
Acknowledge my the gobbledygook that could come. No, I'm kidding. That's inappropriate. What we were finding was that the technical specifications for engineering drawings were a bit inconsistent between levels and internally, and by levels I mean as different types of development approvals were proceeding. And so based on the need for better information in order for council to make deliberations on land use applications, we requested an upgrade and more consistency in what was being provided. And we went to the industry to do that because the industry both works for us, because they do design work for the city on our own projects as well as for our projects. And it was very successful. And I think it's a good way. We kind of, I've heard the word community of practice used in many contexts. And what we're trying to develop is that shared understanding together, both on the regulatory side and the service delivery side. And so, yeah, we ultimately came to agreement on these drawing standards, and the submissions are going very well. And it's having a positive impact on what some people may consider sort of a very circular process of information review, update until we kind of finally do that. These standards are helping us limit that circular or back and forth. Okay.
Thanks, Councillor Morin.
Thanks, Acting Mayor. No surprise, I wanted to go back to the short-term vacation rentals. I understand, I know that the housing minister has said that the province is going to look at that, or sorry, look at this in the fall, but it often feels like we wait and wait and wait. And I'm just wondering if there's any legwork to speed up this process. It says Q4 2024, and it just seems like it's so far away. And we've had, you know, the report come out around the impact of short-term rentals, and it's pretty across the province. It's been pretty impactful on the rental housing. So I'm just wondering if staff can talk about. I'm sorry, I'm just not feeling that great right now, but if you can speak to any way of speeding this up or doing some legwork in the meantime, so that we don't have another development that comes up where we're at risk of them turning into short-term rentals. And maybe we already have that maybe we already have some power there. I don't know.
Thank you through the acting mayor to Councillor Morin. You did come up in the last zoning amendment we were discussing. I'm working with our new director, Marianne Wade has identified that there's, she inherited a little bit of a work program as envisioned by the previous director. And I would anticipate that Q4 2024 to change, and we'll come back to council with some information on that. The proliferation or the ability to leverage some of the underlying zoning is where we're seeing some real threats, to be frank. So where we have zones that are mixed use zones that actually reference both residential and hotel or the like, where you can kind of have all options there. And what council is being presented with, it looks like residential with a focus, and then it may not be that way. So we recognize that the way our current zoning bylaw is structured really has an opportunity to have some unintended consequences. So if you'll leave that with us, we'll have an update on that. And I would anticipate that the STVR is the acronym that we tend to use. It would not be Q4 2024.
Great, thanks so much.
Thanks.
All right, thanks for the questions. The resolution's on the floor. All those in favor of receipt? Any opposed? That's carried. Thank you. And next we have bylaw and public works services service initiative with a recommendation for receipt. Moved by first, second, Nicole Hamilton, and over to Ms. O'Connell.
Thank you very much through the acting mayor to council. I'm going to present the briefing note on behalf of myself and Director Shaw. So essentially, we've seen tonight through the resident survey results, although they mentioned 3 areas that were top of mind for making improvements to that would have an impact on quality of life. Just squeaking in about that was bylaw services as far as an area of focus. So this is partially in response to that, as well as in response to the survey results that we had through the process of community feedback for the development of the new bylaw policy itself. So essentially, the changes that we're going to be making that don't currently require additional funding from council, because we have found some cost savings or in other areas. So this is not a budget amendment request. So to begin with, in regard to bylaw services, in October of this year, so next month, we will be moving to 7-day-a-week service for bylaw services, and we will also be including some evening shifts as well. I'm currently working with the bylaw team to identify how to facilitate that 7-day service, as well as which days may be the most advantageous to provide the evening service. In regard to the changes with public works services, typically, we have support from what we call the urban issues crew, that are seasonal workers that work through the summer in tandem with the bylaw services to do site remediation within our parks. as soon as the summer students are complete their 6-month term, we transition to using our external contractor. The contractor service is not daily. It is based on 1 or 2 cleanups a week where we hit multiple sites. They are quite expensive, as you can imagine, because they do go about their business a bit differently than the city does. And the other component to that is losing the daily service allows materials to build up every single day. And by addressing it on a daily basis, we've seen we hope to see a decrease in the amount of complaints that we may be getting regarding unsightly debris building up around encampment situations. The urban issues crew will still only be 5 days a week. So in the event that we do need weekend cleanup, those will likely be moved to the Monday as well. But this is something we're looking to change starting in 2024. And you'll see some budget items or options coming forward to council through the 2024 budget process. Overall, we think that this is essentially reflective of a new standard of service. It's about sustaining the service we've had over the last 6 months into the winter. We're just not seeing the seasonal changes that we used to, where when you have the extreme weather response shelters opening, typically there's been a decrease in the requirement for the service, but unfortunately with the homeless numbers as they are, we're not seeing that seasonality anymore. Happy to answer any questions council may have.
Thanks very much. Any questions or comments from council? Seeing none, all those in favor of receipt? Oh, did we move it yet?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, it's on the floor. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. And next is our BC housing update with the recommendation that council receive the BC housing update briefing note for information. Moved by McCollum, seconded Frisch. And is our staff going to speak to this? Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you. Through the acting mayor to council, the purpose of this briefing note is to put into the public record the heavy lifting that's being done by council and the direction they've given staff to work to address the multiple layers of challenges that people are experiencing in the community related to on the supportive shelter and day service side, as well as continuing work on affordable housing that ranges from low-income people, below market rentals, seniors and families. So this is just a general overview of the activities that we've been undertaking with respect to permanent shelter, supportive housing, and with a focus on some future presentations in October on some more details. It was very clear, and we hosted staff meetings with the Ministry of Housing and BC Housing staff. We have a bi-weekly meeting set up with BC Housing to work through our ongoing items. We're working on the semblance of what would previously likely been known as a MOU as it relates to the kind of different streams of housing that's there. And we really are thankful to our colleagues at BC Housing for being responsive to the issues that we've raised at a staff level. We'll be getting a briefing in the second meeting of October council on where they're at with respect to shelter and day services, which was specifically requested by council when the news related to the what's now being called the Lodge, the former Super 8 facility. I just would point out that notwithstanding that we felt that was a bit of a bump in our very long-term relationship that we've had with BC Housing, there's been good work done in that facility. I think there was a lot of learning from the previous facility, and the operator is working with residents to do a good job. And my colleagues at the senior staff table could correct me if I'm wrong, but we are not hearing issues related to that. Very similar to what happened at the Travelodge, the former Travelodge facility, and that's in large part due to the activities of the residents themselves. And we need to remember that these are residents. This is their home, and they really value it, as well as the operator. And we do have people in the neighborhood that are working together and learning and listening, and I'm really happy to report that that has gone relatively well. And we're here if you have any additional questions.
Thanks very much. Questions or comments from council? Councillor Moran?
Don't worry, folks, I'm going to lose my voice soon. Yeah, I'm just wondering if we're able to provide a bit more communication. I mean, we've got a briefing note for council, but that doesn't necessarily get to the general public unless they follow us. I'm wondering if we can report out on some of this. And I know we've spoken in the past about having some narratives, some actual kind of case studies. I know that when I had spoken to someone who actually lives at the lodge, who was super happy about that change in his life and how it has really improved his health, among other things. He was really willing to come and talk to council about his experience. And I know there's many other success stories out there. So I'm just wondering if we could, I know we've talked about communication a lot tonight, and I know there's some things in the works, but I think sometimes having more of those proactive messaging, because we certainly get a lot of, we had, a bit of that criticism this week around sort of not reporting out what we're up to. And maybe it's because we don't see that there's a huge change, but I think it's important for people to know some of the stuff that's going on.
Thanks. Mr. Garbett.
Thank you. Through the acting mayor to Councillor Moran. Appreciate that. We are also cognizant that this is a service provided by another party. We are working with them. We have some hope in an anti-stigma lens to tell some of those stories through the Strengthening Communities work. We do have some support in that regard, and we have been speaking to the operator about that. They are proactive. And we also are talking to BC Housing about that messaging. You may recall that they actually said their experience when they did engage at the at their open house relative to this property, that this is the type of experience that people do have, and so we will certainly reach out to them around that messaging. And I would anticipate that following our the best time maybe to do that would be following our October update. I'm hopeful that we have maybe a little bit more details in that regard, if that's all right with council.
Right,
thanks,
thank you.
Councillor Jolliker.
Yeah, thanks for that, acting mayor, and for staff. And just want to reiterate really clearly from the meetings we had last week at UBCM that the ongoing commitment to meeting regularly with BC Housing, with our staff, and I see Ms. Saunders is on the call, and with you, Mr. Garbett, I think goes a long way in building those relationships for some of the most pressing issues in our community. We saw that from the resident survey. I guess my question is particularly around, I see here in the staff report that they're going to be coming BC Housing at the end of October. Obviously, we continue to experience some of the impacts as it relates to having the Connect Center in our downtown core. I'm wondering if there's any indication beyond what's been established here that they're looking. Has there been any indication around a timeline that BC Housing has provided the city or expectations of a timeline for specifically for the shelter?
Thank you for the question through the acting mayor. It's difficult to provide specifics, and I don't want to sound evasive, but we are in, they have advised council, the minister advised council that they're working and negotiating with property owners. They also pointed out the fact that the last time when sort of public notification about progress was being made, it had some adverse impacts on costs, et cetera. But I would say we actually have a kind of a three-pronged relationship. Myself as a city manager, Ms. Saunders as the director of recreation, culture, and community services, as well as Ms. Wade, who is leading our development services group. So we're putting a lot of horsepower into this, and I'm feeling positive in that regard. And they will be giving us an update in October. Good outreach by and advocacy by this council has helped on OPS items, various things like that. So it was made very clear both through our the mayor meeting with the Minister of Housing with the CVRD and myself at a staff level meeting with BC Housing and the Ministry of Housing, the need for them to provide us with some clear progress information. And I anticipate that coming, but I couldn't give specifics at this point. But I think our staff group is feeling positive until the rubber meets the road or the X is on the dotted line, though we don't have specifics right at this point.
Thanks. And just one more question, if that's okay, Acting Mayor.
Go ahead.
Regarding the lodge, the memo here says that the community advisory committee that two of our staff are on. I'm wondering if we can give an update if that committee is meeting, is it made up of who else beyond staff is there, and then specifically the outstanding items that they have to send to us. There were some concerns that we raised around fireproofing the facility. I mentioned, City Manager, that these are residents. We want to make sure that they're safe in their home, and so I'm just wondering if you could speak to any outstanding or which outstanding items still need to be received.
Thank you. Through the acting mayor, Ms. Saunders can speak to the community advisory committee. I believe they just met.
Yes, thank you. Through the mayor to council, we just had our first community advisory committee meeting on last night. So that's our first meeting. I would say it went well. It's made up of so as a city representative, myself or Ms. Wade, BC Housing representatives, the operator, Comox Valley Transition Society, RCMP are present. There's a couple of individuals who are either neighbors or associated with businesses that are neighboring the property. And then there's also a service provider representative there who I think is both neighboring the property and also a service provider to residents at the location. And I would say that yesterday's meeting went well. It was positive. There was discussion, just talking about communication. There was some discussion about sharing some information about what the lodge does and what supportive housing does. And so BC Housing and Comox Valley Transition Society are looking at that, as well as talking about future kind of community engagement events where they can, they've done an open house before, but maybe looking at whether they do that again in, the coming months or in spring. But a positive meeting, and it's scheduled to meet on a monthly basis.
Thanks for that. And Mr. Garber, was there a second part you were going to respond to?
Thank you, Acting Mayor. Now, with respect to the question on the items related to the temporary use permit, we're still, it actually is quite an involved process because of the nature of the building. I just consulted with Chief McDonald, and there are some information requirements that are still outstanding. But we're in very good communication with the operator, the operator and BC Housing, and we anticipate that we'll have those items in the near future, and we will certainly update council upon receipt of that. Council did delegate the final issuance of that TUP to my position, and I would make council aware when that's completed.
Thanks very much, Councillor Fish.
Yeah, thanks. I guess I just wanted to, I know you're saying that you don't want to report out yet on possible positive outcomes for, building a purpose-built Connect Center and the rest, but I did want to highlight how positive this report is and highlight it so that if perhaps anyone wants to write in the paper about this, that they understand how much work has been behind it and how thankful I am personally for staff and the rest of council for pushing this forward. So thanks very much. And I can't wait to hear more in the coming months.
Thanks for those comments, which I share. I'll add a cautionary note and a question I have for staff. What we have in the report is indication that BC Housing is committed to building a new purpose-built permanent shelter and identifying a location. The worry I have is that once that identification takes place, how far away are we from an actual facility, and how much longer can we sustain the Connect Center in the location it's currently in? I don't know if there's any discussion going on with BC Housing about whether their location is a building that can be renovated, or whether they're considering modular construction so that we could provide our community with a faster timeline. But those would certainly be some of the concerns that I think we would hear about whatever publicity we give to the good work that's going on.
Thank you through the acting mayor to council. And I would say the level of interest is really reflective of how important this is to council, and we really appreciate that support. And I think it should be recognized how much process and energy is being put into this. With respect to options, that what I can say is some of the properties they're looking at would involve either a renovation or a modular build, and very likely it'd be in the area between kind of 18 months to 24 months in terms of final solutions. There maybe the properties have some phasing that could happen on them. I think critical to that though is knowing if there's a solution, and then the second part of the conversation is that we are working with BC Housing and the operator with Connect to address deficiencies there. No one has had any indication that that is a permanent site, and we all know the deficiencies of that decrepit building where they're fortunately able to deliver much needed services. It's totally inadequate. So we kind of have the focus is to find a location and get the commitment for the purpose built. Then there will be some lag, and how are we going to accommodate, and what are the options in the interim period that is still be developed. But obviously nobody has it's not like a blow up tent that it'll happen right away. There definitely is a lag time, and I think the critical to that success will be a coordinated effort in that interim to manage the externalities that we're all hearing about and seeing in the community.
Okay, thanks for that. No further comments from council. So we moved and seconded this. All right, all those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. And we move on to 6.6 Parks and Recreation Advisory minutes from July 6th. A motion to receive. Move McCollum, second Frisch. Questions or comments? All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Heritage Advisory Commission receipt of May 24th minutes. Moved by McCollum, second Frisch. Comments or questions? All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. And we have council resolutions, and over to Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. So I'd just like to move that whereas the flying of flags is a way of showing acknowledgement and respect in many cultures, and whereas the City of Courtenay is committed to building a strong and respectful relationship with the Comox First Nation, therefore be resolved staff engage with the Comox First Nation and report back to Council on options for displaying the Comox First Nation flag at Courtenay City Hall.
That's my job.
All right, moved and seconded. And Councillor Cole Hamilton, you'd like to speak to this?
Just very briefly, thank you, Acting Mayor. I mean, we can look over here and see the Comox First Nation flag in the corner of this chamber as we do our business, and it seems an appropriate and respectful place for it to be. And given that we now have the flagpole capacity to be flying that, I think the motion largely speaks for itself, and I look forward to hearing back from staff on options.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimously carried. Thanks very much. We move on to notices of motion. The first one is in relation to requesting a staff report to satisfy the Heritage Commission regarding the refurbishment of historic clocks. And the second one is related to toxic drug deaths. Councillor Morin, did you want to say anything further about it?
I think I'll just read it out because there's no discussion tonight, but
Go ahead, please.
okay. Whereas the lives of at least 12,264 British Columbians have been lost to unregulated drugs since the public health emergency was first declared on April 14th, 2016, with 154 lives lost in the Comox Valley. Whereas unregulated drug toxicity is now the leading cause of death for those aged 10 to 59 in BC, numbering more than homicides, suicides, deaths from accident, and natural disease combined. Whereas these lives matter and are valued, and we must do more to reduce stigma and save lives. Whereas Council would like to acknowledge and honor the lives lost in the Comox Valley due to the unregulated drug supply crisis. Therefore, be it resolved that Council read this statement. Someone might have to finish.
Following triennial updates from the BC Coroner Service, Courtenay Council would like to acknowledge the deaths of the number of Comox Valley community members in the period of due to the unregulated toxic drug supply crisis, for a total of the number of deaths of Comox Valley community members since the public health emergency was first declared. Our hearts go out to their loved ones. We want you to know their lives matter, and Council will continue to push for action and effective policy to stop these preventable and unnecessary deaths. Thanks, Councillor Morin, and that'll come up on our next agenda. And we're now on to bylaws, consideration of permissive property tax exemptions 2024. Recommendation 1, that Council give first, second, and third readings to tax exemption bylaw number 3091, 2023. Moved by first, seconded. Seconded by McCollum. Councillor Jolliker.
Thanks, Acting Mayor. I just would like to just trying to confirm which bylaw. The 3091 is for.
If you'd like, Councillor, Mr. Langemeyer can walk us through these.
Sure, thanks. Yeah.
Mr. Langemeyer, you've been volunteered by Mr. Garbutt.
Excellent. So you may notice that there's been a change from what the bylaws presented in the report attached to the bylaws. Originally, staff had prepared all the permissive tax exemptions under one large bylaw, 3091, 2023. However, with more information, we broke up the bylaws so to remove any council conflicts of interest. So you council members are active in the world and serve on different boards. Therefore, by breaking the bylaws apart, we can have ones that the maximum number of councillors can be present to discuss and vote on. And so that's why you see bylaws 3110, 3111, and 3112, which are new, which are individual organizations.
Thanks, Mr. Langmeyer. Councillor Jolliker, anything further?
Yeah, I guess I would just say that this, I'd like to make a motion to amend the first bylaw number 3091. I believe I've sent my motion for amendment to staff, so I'm not sure if we can pull that up or if that's possible. But I can read it out. That council amend tax exemption 2024 bylaw number 3091, 2023 to remove the 2024 permissive tax exemptions for roll number 1960.006, 2966 Kilpatrick, and roll number 3200.32, 4729 Headquarters Road, and that council give first, second, and third readings to tax exemption 2024 bylaw number 3091, 2023 as amended.
Thanks for reading that out. We did have the original motion on the floor. You've moved that as an amendment, so it is in order. And we'll ask if there is a seconder. Councillor Frisch seconds it and wishes to speak to it.
Yeah, thanks. I guess I could just use a little bit of clarification on what you're proposing. I'm not familiar with these two properties and why you would want to exclude them.
Yeah, that's okay. Acting Mayor, I can speak to it.
Go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, so I've included these. You know, the staff report speaks to, in a few cases, the role of tax exemptions being something of the will of council. You know, as as a member of the queer community, and as also a member of this council that has recently passed a very high tax increase this past year, and we're asking a lot of our businesses, our nonprofits, and our community members. You know, tax exemptions for me feel really clearly important for us to have a conversation around whether or not they align with our community priorities, and in this case, our council priorities, specifically as it relates to discrimination to the 2S LGBTQ plus community. These two roll numbers and properties are with organizations that have quite clearly demonstrated that they don't align with the priorities of this council, specifically as it relates to discrimination. And so for that reason, I'm proposing that we amend to remove these two properties.
Thank you. Councillor Frisch, anything further?
Sorry, I missed that. What was the specific reason for removing them?
So as it relates to our council priorities around equity, specifically around discrimination, our statements around recently around the anti-SOGI and the SOGI events of last week, and the involvement of these groups around issues that impact the 2S LGBTQ community.
Thanks. And Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you. Through the acting mayor to council, and this is the process. Council is to give consideration and deliberate on what properties would and could receive a tax exemption. So this is the type of discussion that we are to have at this table. With respect to the two items, we would follow council's direction, and you have a member providing you some information for consideration on establishing those exempted properties.
And Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, I have two questions for staff. One is whether or not there is time in this process to allow for some further information to be submitted from either of these applicants, as I don't really feel like I have any information that I've received that makes it clear whether or not the values or views expressed by these organizations are misaligned with what we hold as a council. And then the other question I have is a little more technical with regards to Rule 1960.006, the one that's listed as Aaron House Ministries. It says that it occupies 12.7% of the property, but then But then I don't see that reflected in the assessed exemption assessment. It seems like it's just 40% of the net assessment before exemption, and whereas some of the other ones are like 90%, and they're still 40% of the assessed value. So I'm just wondering what that 12.7% means in terms of what the exemption is.
Mr. Langemeyer, can you help with that, please?
I'll answer the first question first because it's easy. The policy guides that any, where is it? Philanthropic or society can apply. Staff does not go into the detail on what fundamental principles are supported by these groups. These two organizations have been included in the permissive tax exemptions in the past. And so when they apply again, they get included. With regards to the second question, can you identify where you're seeing the variation so I can look for it on my end?
In the schedule relating to this particular bylaw, in the table that's provided in the third column on use of property, it says that Christian worship / teaching center occupies 12.7% of the property.
Yeah, I'm seeing that on page 4 of 4, Schedule B.
Oh, yeah, I will have to look at that one into more detail. So when you have a leased property, what we do is we take the square footage that is occupied by the applicant is the portion that can be exempted. I will have to look into the exact detail of how this line is calculated.
Okay, yeah, it just it's a much greater amount compared to the other one, and they're assessed at about, yeah. Anyway, I won't get into the details, but the number just yeah, it seems quite a bit larger compared to the others, even though the assessment is about the same and the percentage of property is lower. So I'm not sure if that's an error, just I'm misinterpreting how we come up with the calculation. Okay, I'll leave it to others if anyone else wants to ask a question. Thanks.
We'll go to Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you. Through the acting mayor, I just for council's consideration, what's in front of you is from your staff based on the city's policies. There isn't a requirement to provide information on the philosophical or political purpose of some of these organizations. And I'm not speaking to that in any pejorative or supportive way. That's why the critical recommendation in front of you is that we review the policy to align itself with our stated organizational outcomes and priorities, including council strategic priorities. The current policy in front of you doesn't have any component of that, and there are a great number of it that are legacy as opposed to the word grandfather. We had a conversation with our communications consultant about that previously. Legacy or carry forward policies that are actually quite different from what the current policy even says. So my recommendation to you as council, you'll always hear from me to defer to policy in your deliberations, or sorry, refer to policy. And if we need to update that we should work on the policy. I guess the second component is that this exemption process is not, there's a lot of this are legacy applications. We don't advertise and invite the public to come forward and ask about these organizations with a community benefit to ask to have their taxes waived. So we very much are dealing with an ongoing process that may, we are recommending as staff should be updated to best serve the intentions of council and the direction in the community that's been established both through your political direction as well as the strategic priorities adopted publicly for the organization.
Thanks, and we'll go to Councillor Frisch.
Thanks again, acting mayor. So I have to admit, it's caught me a bit off guard. I wasn't aware of this issue that you brought up. It sounds like these organizations have spoken, I guess, against inclusivity and so on. But again, I'm not aware of what happened. I just want to be cautious about being punitive in this way through our permissive tax exemption, sort of off the cuff. And yeah, it could also end up looking really poorly on how we use our political power to influence people that have different views. Now, I'm not in support or against. I don't even know what was said or acted on. So I think at this point, it's really early. It's too early for me to make a determination to change our permissive tax exemption based on what I'm hearing. I would be interested in hearing more. And if this is something that hits the media and turns out that there's perhaps some real hate speech going on, then it might be worth something looking at. But at this point, I can't support this with what I know about it. Thanks.
And thank you, Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, I realized I had another question for Adam. Just around the Aaron Ministries one, how do we determine when something is considered a church versus versus this particular bylaw? Because it does seem like what is being asked for is a place of worship, which we have a separate bylaw for. And if you could just tease apart why this one isn't sitting with the other ones. I understand that it only applies to the first of these two. I'm clear why Youth for Christ is a separate thing.
So I can actually answer both of your questions. The value represented on that sheet is the percentage of it. The property in question is quite big. It's $4.8 million is the most recent assessment. So their share is representative of that 700,000. How a church is determined, that's through BC assessment. If they don't qualify through BC assessment as a church, then they go a different route. Why they are or are not assessed as a church, that's BC assessment's world.
Great, thanks for that clarity.
Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks, Acting Mayor. On page 2 of the staff report, second paragraph, it speaks to the provision of tax exemptions being something that results in a reduction of revenue to city operations or an increase of tax burden for the remaining taxable property owners in the city and can become cost prohibitive. I think that most of us got elected and see the value of protecting those marginalized in our community. These groups have been known in the community, and Councillor Frisch, I can share some things with you as well in terms of some of the things more recently in the last week. These are things that are quite harmful to a lot of the people that we have declared our support to. As a member of the queer community, I'm obviously personally impacted by rhetoric that is harmful to young people that belong to the queer community. And for that's the reason why I don't think it is aligned with our council priorities to be providing a tax exemption, and with no policy to back up any sort of application process that would align tax exemption approval from a staff level with city priorities or strategic priorities. I see this as being a needed action for us today to demonstrate our support and commitment to the LGBTQ community.
All right, any further discussion on the amendment proposed? We'll give it to Councillor Moran first.
Hi, sorry, I was having a coughing fit there, so we'll see how I do. I do want to lend my support for the intent of Councillor Jolicoeur's amendment. I do think that we need to take a look at how we make these decisions, and that who we're granting these to should be aligned with our values and our policies and our strategic direction, and especially if there's perceived harm or to those in the community whom we're supporting. I just feel like we don't have enough information to make that decision. Absolutely, I've heard the same stories, and I'm, but we don't have, unfortunately, that is a hearsay situation. If we'd had someone, send us something that was really concrete around some of this stuff, then I would maybe be more inclined to support it. I'm really grappling with it because I'm really feeling for people in our community that may be impacted by some of the organizations that receive these. And I think we do need to be we need to implement something that will take that into consideration in the future. But I just don't feel like I have enough to make that decision to support the recommendation at this time.
Thanks, and we'll go to Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks very much, Acting Mayor. I find myself in the same position. I don't have information in front of me that allows me to distinguish this institution from the other institutions on the list. And I also, I think recommendation 6, which is coming up, is about establishing a clear policy by which we can examine all of these rather than in a consistent way. And as I said, like I'm hearing from you, and that's and I'm hearing it now with the vote in front of us, and I just simply don't have enough verifiable information to make a call at this point. But I would very much like for our permissive tax exemptions in the future to speak very clearly, very consistently to our values. I just don't feel that we've laid the groundwork to be able to do this at this meeting tonight, right now, unfortunately.
Thanks, and Councillor Frisch.
Thank you. Excuse me. I'd also like to show support for the concept of anti-hate and inclusiveness, and of course support for the LGBTQ community, any people that identify as queer. The issue I have is that we also want to bring along the rest of the community, and I don't know if this is the method to change people's minds. It wasn't that long ago that we could look at a lot of institutions and say that they were on the wrong side of the future. And yet here we are with those same organizations now supporting, now being part of the solution and the hope. And I just think it's probably a little quick-handed to do this through the tax exemption at this time. I'd be happy to look at this moving forward if we want to create a policy that highlights support and being in line with council's strategic priorities of the day, but also realizing that there is a big part of the community that we're trying to bring along with us and not just alienate. So yeah, thanks very much for bringing it forward, and we can talk about it more in the future. Thanks.
Thanks. Councillor Jolliker, final word.
Yeah, I got a question for staff actually. Is there anything staff you can share around if there was a motion hearing that maybe folks aren't necessarily super supportive of the amendment, to motion to defer this bylaw specifically to be able to collect some further information? Is there a mechanism in which staff that would be possible for us for consideration?
Mr. Garbett.
Thank you, through the acting mayor, to Councillor Jolliker. I'll ask Mr. Langemeyer to speak to this. We have statutory deadlines, and I would say this matter has come to council very late in the deadline. I would note that basically the timing of our council meetings relative to other councils. When you look around, it was basically last week or 2 weeks ago when many of the councils brought forward that I've been able to research their council meetings, but we didn't have a meeting that week. So the schedule of our council meetings has us landing at this point, and we weren't doing this kind of work earlier in the summer, kind of pre-Labor Day weekend. But maybe Mr. Langemar can speak to the statutory deadlines and the notification requirements.
One of the main challenges is that a permissive tax exemption bylaw requires a 2-week notification period. And so when council gives first 3 readings, it has to be in the local newspaper for 2 clear weeks before council can consider adopting. And so that really drives our timeline. So we're at the 27th today. The earliest opportunity that we can hit the paper is next week. So the earliest that council could consider adopting these bylaws is the week of October 16th. And we plan to have the adoption on the regular scheduled 25th council meeting. So to do this, we would need special council meetings and to act very quickly to meet that October 31st adoption deadline and include the 2-week notification period as required.
Okay, Councillor Jolliker, you still have your hand up. I don't know if you have something further to say. Okay, my comment is that there's actually a number of organizations that we give tax exemptions to that I don't particularly support some of their beliefs or practices. But I think that our CAO, our city manager, makes a good point in that if we have a policy that we need to work on in order to do this properly, that makes sense to me. It also makes sense to me that if we're concerned about the stance taken by any particular organizations, that we actually engage in some dialogue and let them know what we might be considering, as opposed to simply taking the action on the spur of the moment based on a report that comes to us at the fairly last minute-ish. And that may, in fact, open up the possibility of what Councillor Fish suggests, that there may be some people there who might change their minds. We don't know that, but it does give us that opportunity. So I'll vote against the amendment, and we'll move on to the question. All those in favor of the amended motion? And all those opposed? The amendment fails, and we're back to the main recommendation. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Councillor Jolliker, thank you. And we'll move on to recommendation number 2. I have a conflict of interest serving on the board of this organization. I'll ask Councillor McCollum to take the chair for this item, please.
All righty. I don't believe we've moved the motion yet.
Second.
Any questions or comments on the motion? All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. I will get, you're gonna, we'll bring back the acting mayor.
Thanks very much. Councillor Morin.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. I will recuse myself from the next one because I'm a casual employee of Transition Society. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So we are on recommendation number 3, that council give first, second, and third readings to the tax exemption 2024, bylaw number 3111/2023.
Move.
Moved by Jolliker, seconded. Cole Hamilton. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. How do we get Councillor Moran back? Okay, Councillor Jolicoeur?
Yeah, I'm going to recuse myself from the next one as I'm on the board of directors of Dawn to Dawn.
Thank you for that. Give us a couple of minutes. And Councillor Moran is back, and we're on recommendation number 4 that council give first, second, and third readings to tax exemption 2024 bylaw number 3112/2023. Moved by Frisch, seconded by Cole Hamilton. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. And we'll just catch our breath and let Councillor Jolicoeur rejoin us. There he is. Thank you, Councillor Jolicoeur. Welcome back. We're on to recommendation number 5 that council give first, second, and third readings to tax exemption churches 2024 bylaw number 3092/2023. Moved by Frisch, seconded Cole Hamilton. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. And recommendation number 6, that council direct staff to update the permissive tax exemption policy 1960-0001 to align with current strategic priorities. Moved by McCollum, seconded by Cole Hamilton. Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks for that, Acting Mayor. And really happy to see the staff report on this in terms of the intent. I guess I'm questioned to staff. Have we scoped what this could look like? I mean, you've heard some of the feedback in our discussions on this item tonight. I think it's quite clear that we all like to have it aligned with our strategic priorities. But I'm wondering if you can speak to scope and is this something that other municipalities, it is entirely within the purview of staff to look at an application process, or is there involvement of is it at a committee level? Do we have any sense of what other communities are doing?
Thank you. Through the acting mayor, appreciate your question, Councillor Jolicoeur. It is very clear that we should be updating the policy and reading the policy. They're just given its age, there's a number of modernization items. I would expect that we would bring back a staff report prior to initiating the work to ensure that we're in alignment with council. With respect to sort of like committee deliberations with respect to the tax exemptions, perhaps Mr. Langemeyer might have more experience than I do. This is typically an administrative exercise constrained or guided by appropriate policy. As I said early in my earlier remarks, this is not exempting taxes is not something that we many of the organizations, as you can see, are long-time recipients of this benefit. When we only have 4 additional new asks, and typically we don't have a significant growth in that. Although it's I think it's around $400,000 of taxes that are not paid. Again, hopefully Adam's nodding. That we are very clear to staff level that we have an alignment challenge and we'll work towards that. But I would suggest the first step would be to come back to say, this is what we're going to look at, how we're going to do it. And that we would then go away, do that work, come back and run it back through council for consideration and implementation. And if we need to have a wider engagement in that regard, we would, we've definitely heard that there's an interest there. And I think the secondary part, like the administrative duties that your staff do on a regular basis, your input at council happens in the recommendations. Perhaps we need to have in the application process some information about the organization, perhaps a profile of that organization, and council would then receive that to support their consideration of that exemption. And I'm kind of thinking out loud a little bit, but perhaps Mr. Langemeyer, with his experience in this matter in other communities, might have some other thoughts.
You really hit the nail on the head there. It's really open to council of what they want to do. In the past in Powell River, they were really focused on where they could focus their support to different organizations and organization types. And if those organizations needed had a true financial need. Because what happens, a lot of these apply year over year, and some organizations, for whatever reason, don't apply. And it's, well, how is the direction and equity in what they do and who applies really fair? And so it's, once this process, if it started, it wouldn't really be here's a policy, accept it. It will be a fair bit of back and forth with council and really focusing on what is important.
Thanks for that. Councillor Moran.
Thank you. So in terms of churches, I know this has come up before. They're a little bit different from a regular nonprofit. Certainly we have churches that operate like nonprofits. So would they be part of this discussion as well?
I think Mr. Langenmeyer might confirm that we don't have the same options there because the church exemption is a statutory one.
That's what I'm curious about.
Mr. Langenmeyer?
So the church building itself is provincially exempt from taxes. The land surrounding the church, it is up to the municipal council to determine if that is exempted or not. So that would be brought into the discussion as how, you know,
Yeah, because I think you know, if we're looking at alignment, tax exemption should be, I think, mutually beneficial. I think that's part of it. That the reason you give them is because you're getting something back, and it says in the staff report, quality of life for citizens. And as already has been discussed, there are some organizations that obviously contribute more than others. And so if that's going to be part of the conversation, that's great. Thank you.
All right. Any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. And I believe we are on to council reports.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I accidentally crossed that one out. There we go. Councillor Cole Hamilton, would you like to move this?
Yeah. I'll move the council give first, second, and third reading the downtown important business improvement area bylaw 3105.
And my apologies, I didn't have Councillor Cole Hamilton's mic on, but he did just read the motion. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. And we're now on to council reports, and I'll quickly run through and see if anybody has anything to add to what they may have filed. Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah. Thanks, Acting Mayor. Given the hour, I'm just going to be just very briefly. I think we've all made mention of the fact that we were at the Union of BC Municipalities Conference last week. And among the other things that happened is we had meetings with ministers and provincial officials, particularly the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions, Ministry of Municipal Affairs, Emergency Response, and also through the CVRD and the Minister of Housing. And those who had asked for support on some of the challenges we're facing, including many of the challenges we've been speaking about this evening. And we didn't solve it all at UBCM, but we spoke to the people who can, and we made a firm case for what the city of Courtenay needs to serve our people better.
Thank you. And Councillor Frisch? Okay, Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, just a quick mention on UBCM, one of our council resolutions to eliminate the burden on homeowners to remove racist and discriminatory covenants off their land title passed at UBCM. So that's a success for the city of Courtenay and a success for the province on the front of anti-racism and discrimination. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Jolicoeur, and appreciate your work on that and your presence at UBCM in general. Councillor McCollum. And Councillor Moran.
No, thank you.
All right. Yeah, I'd just like to commend those councillors who were at UBCM for the work that they did, and I think the city was presented in a strong light and regarded well by both the government ministries that were spoken to and the other municipalities around the province that we engaged with. And I'd like to particularly thank staff for the work they did in prepping council for that activity. Thanks very much. And with that, we do have our in-camera resolution that council closed the meeting to the public pursuant to section 91A and C of the community charter. A mover, please. Moved by Frisch, seconded by McCollum. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. And we will adjourn to in-camera. Thank you.